Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery.
Is Tom fucking retarded or something? Tom is honestly one of the most brain-dead fuckers that covers all this shit, okay? Just stick your fucking nose out of it, Tom, you retard. Tom fucking retard.
Tom retard. Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Yeah,
he's
Tom.
obvious.
A
You are
descriptive
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tomfoolery. You need a tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery.
Tomfoolery. Pure, unadulterated tomfoolery. Tomfoolery.
I will not put up with tomfoolery in my classroom, children. Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom fucking retard. Fucking Tom.
Foolery. Tomfoolery.
Retard. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Brain-dead fucker. Fucker. This isn't funny. No more tomfoolery.
Tom, stop it. Tom.
I don't know what it is.
Okay, Tom.
He's
Tom.
he's obvious.
A
You are
descriptive
assuming.
Tom.
No, hold on, chill.
Tom
It's fair.
Tom
It's fair.
Tom
It's fair.
Tom
It's fair.
Ayo. What's up, fools? Today is 12/21/2025. It is 12:06 a.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing? Hope you're having a good day.
engaged in violence that you acknowledge.
Oh, they're engaged in violence. You're late. It's YLU apostrophe RE. Mr. Dread.
Russia is welcoming a European decision not to use frozen Russian assets for the financial support it's giving Ukraine. Several hours ago, EU officials announced a deal to provide more than $100 billion to Kyiv over the next 2 years. Claire Sebastian reports.
European leaders had promised that they would not leave this summit until they had a clear plan as to how to fund Ukraine through the next 2 years. And they kept that promise. In the early hours of Friday morning, after a marathon day of talks, they came to a deal. But it wasn't what some had hoped or even expected. The big focus coming into this was whether or not they would be able to use the cash balances from Russia's frozen assets here in Europe to fund a loan for Ukraine. They haven't managed to reach a deal on that. Instead, they're going to borrow on the capital markets, and that will be guaranteed by unspent funds in the EU budget. Either way, Ukraine will not have to pay this back until the war ends and Russia pays reparations. European
What up,
leaders here
Panelverse?
were keen to paint this as a win.
The message we are sending to Russia today is crystal clear. First, you have not achieved your objectives in Ukraine. Second, Europe stands with Ukraine today, tomorrow, and as long as necessary.
Had we left Brussels divided today, Europe would have walked away from geopolitical relevance. It would have been a total disaster.
So Europe has passed this test of its strength and unity, but this whole process did amplify divisions within the bloc, and it suddenly came down to the wire for Ukraine, which by the spring would be facing a cash crunch so large that its president, who was here today, President Zelensky, warned that it might even have to cut back on its critical drone production. That crisis, for now...
Sheesh. You know, I've talked about this a couple of times. I'm moving to New Zealand, and Mantis doesn't have, like, central heating and air. She doesn't even have, like, window air conditioning or, you know, anything like that. She doesn't have heating and air there. And I've watched a bunch of TikToks from people where they talk about the fact that they don't have air conditioning in Europe. Like tons of Brits talking about the fact that they also just don't have heating and air. Which, if you're not from the United States, everybody has heating and air. It's over 90% of the United States houses have working heating and air. And that's working heating and air. The majority of them have it built in. It just breaks sometimes or something like that, and they just haven't had the money to get it fixed or something like that. But earlier, I was watching Mr. Peanut, and somebody in his chat said something about, like, you know, how do you live in the United States when there's so many gun deaths? And he said, I don't want to hear it. There's more deaths in Europe due to not having air conditioning than there is gun deaths in the United States. I was like, what? There's no way that's true. There's no fucking way that's true. So I go look it up. There's about 40,000 gun deaths per year in the United States. Okay? 40,000. It's a lot. Europe has 100, almost 180. It's like 180, close to 200,000 deaths per year. Or Europe's kind of big. It's only double the fucking size, bro. Well, you want to say Europe's kind of big. 200,000 deaths to not having heating and air. They only have double the population of the United States. Sorry. Maybe I'm mixing up the population and the deaths. I think they have 175 million people. How many deaths in Europe? 62,000 heat-related deaths occurred in 2024, and around 24,400 in the summer of 2025. Heat kills over 175,000 people annually in Europe. A figure expected to rise. With recent summers seeing intense impacts like over 62,000 heat-related deaths. So only like 20% of Europe has central heating and air. It's like 20%. It's like 90% in the United States. So yeah, so they have 175,000 and they have 170 million people. We have 340 million people. So they have like double in the whole continent what we have just in the United States. So if you double our gun deaths, okay, we have 80,000 per year. Okay, They still have double that. They still have double that in heat-related deaths. That's fucking insane. That's ridiculous. It's 2025. The problem is that because they do have like temperate weather, and it's not like the United States. Like I've talked about here, we'll go from 80 degrees to 0 degrees in the course of a week. In a single week, we will have one day where it's 80 degrees, one day where it's 0 degrees. And every summer, we get above 100 degrees. And every winter, we get down to 0 degrees or below 0 degrees. And that's just not common for other countries. They just don't have that big of a fluctuation that often. But it does happen. It just happens like once, one day a year, maybe 2 days a year, something like that. So they don't want to go buy, spend a lot of money on central heating and air for something that they're going to use 2 days a year, right? But then they fucking die. But then they die. So here, yeah, it makes sense. There's always parts during fall and spring where a lot of people just turn off their heating and air. Lots of people, most people don't at all year. Most people do not turn off their heating and air all year. But there's a lot of people, I normally turn off my heating and air during the fall and the spring, during periods where the, temperatures between 65 to 70 degrees, I will just turn it off. But that's what it's like for them pretty much all year round, to where they don't have to make big changes to their houses for a couple of days a year. But yeah, they end up dying when it does happen. It's fucking ridiculous. That's insane. I'm blown away by that number.
Now seems to be averted, and Ukraine goes into the next phase of peace talks with the US in a stronger position. Claire Sebastian, CNN, in Brussels.
And for more on this, we're joined by Dominic Thomas, CNN European Affairs.
So Europe should stop all their extra defensive military spending and just mandate AC units. Boom, you save millions of lives after a decade. No. People, they should just build houses with AC units. We don't have our government spending millions on mandating AC units here either, so. Let's see, shit, my screen's fucked up. So annually, the United States has 1,000 to 2,000. I can't. My screen's frozen. Fuck. I can't read this. Around 1,000 to 200. 1,200 to over 2,300 people die from heat in the U.S. The UK is 100 times the amount of people dying from heat, and they are only double our population. 100 times the number of people die from heat. 100 times, and they are only 2 times our population. What the fuck? I cannot believe this. I cannot believe this. This is this is a stat I would expect to see from third world countries in Africa. This is what I would expect to hear about Bongo Duwana You know, a country that I've never heard of that sounds made up. I would expect to hear this about that country, not Europe. Not white people. Fucking ridiculous, dude. 175,000 people per year. How many people die from guns in the US each year? Yeah, 46,000. So, as much as Europe whines and cries about the gun deaths in the United States, they have double our population. So we just double this. We have about 80,000, 90,000 gun deaths per year. And they still have double the amount dying from not having air conditioning. This will never cease to blow my mind. This will never, I feel like I'm going to mention this every day for the rest of my fucking life. I feel like Eastern Europe, isn't Eastern Europe the part that's colder? Like Russia? Like, isn't it fucking freezing there? Southern and southeastern countries. With Italy often having the highest absolute numbers due to its large elderly population and intense heat, while countries like Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania face the highest rates per million, especially in recent extreme summers. Okay, Google. What's the average temperature in Italy per year?
On the website oddlytravel.com, they say, average temperature, 60 to 83 degrees Fahrenheit in the north, 66 to 83 degrees Fahrenheit in central Italy, 74 to 83 degrees Fahrenheit in the south.
Okay, Google. What's the average temperature in Georgia?
According to en.wikipedia.org, daytime highs range from approximately 50 degrees Fahrenheit in the northernmost interior areas to near 70 degrees Fahrenheit along the coast and in the extreme south.
Okay,
Winters
Google.
in Georgia are...
What's the average temperature in Georgia in the United States?
I couldn't find an answer to that specific question, but according to study.com, the state of Georgia has a humid subtropical climate. This leads to mild winters and hot, humid summers. The weather is colder in the Blue Ridge Mountains in the far north, and you even find snow there most years.
I'm in North Georgia. So yeah, 62 to 83. So we have slightly hotter temperatures than oh wait, this is just this month. Oh, okay, so in the winter, in September of Georgia, we have the full spectrum of like the average for Italy. They said the average for Italy was like 65 to 80. And we have 62 to 83 just in September. Just in September. So yeah, average highs, low 80s to low 90s, 86 to 90. So this is our summer. They're not even getting near as hot as Georgia is, and they're not getting near as cold as Georgia is. And they still have people dying because they don't have central air. This just blows my mind, bro. This blows my fucking mind. I'm about to be making like TikTok videos and everything from this shit. Tom is too privileged. Just this is one of those things where we need to realize that being Americans, we are all insanely privileged. Yeah, not only do we have really high temperatures, but we also have insanely high humidity. Like, there's been days where I'm on the phone with Mantis, and we're talking, and I'm like, working out and doing shit inside, and then I have to go outside for about like 30, 45 minutes. And all of a sudden, I come back and I am just like zonked. Like everything is whomping. Everything, like I'm sunburnt. I'm just totally out of it. I gotta like lay down and take a nap because it is so hot and so fucking humid that you just can't cope. You cannot deal with it. Everybody always walks around with like water bottles and shit all over the place because you will get fucked going outside some days. And they don't even have that problem in Europe, and they're still dying from heat. Crazy, dude. Fucking crazy.
Commentator. Good to see you again. So we heard there Belgium's prime minister saying they averted disaster. I mean, how close did this come to actually falling apart?
Is it true Tom was redacted from the Epstein files? We'll never know.
Well, I mean, in many ways, you could argue that what they were left with was sort of the remnants of what had fallen apart. The goal has been to leverage this $250+ billion that has been immobilized or frozen since Russia expanded its invasion of Ukraine back in 2022. And the reality was they were unable to reach.
My testimony was so important that they made sure to highlight it for everybody with a black marker. Yep.
Consensus over this because several EU member countries are concerned over the legalities of this. Some, like Hungary, are aligned in many ways with Russia. And so at the end of the day, I think really what they came up with, Kim, was a sort of a face-saving mechanism as the process and discussion around the peace negotiation moves forward. But I think that the idea that
any good debates so far?
Largely due to online social media clips. When it's happening to someone you love, man, like it's hard. With Trumpism, with any of this type of stuff, it's repeatedly introducing them to fact patterns that can plant a seed of doubt.
Oh no, we can't rewind it?
In their head.
Oh no. I was gonna there was a debate earlier that I watched for like 5 minutes, and I thought, oh, I'm gonna go back and watch this later. And I can't go back. I can't watch it.
Even
taking them out and
what's up?
What?
What'd you say?
Shrimp ass.
I don't know what you said.
Don't worry about it. As simple as like taking friends out. Like one of the big issues is that we've lost a lot of like warm spaces where people can just kind of like hang out and chat with each other. Like there's a difference between real life interactions and
No, we have a lot of warm spaces. We have too many warm spaces according to Europe.
like hanging out in Discord groups, and I feel I'm gonna be honest. It hurts to say this, but like I'm 37. I can't speak to high school shit right now. When I was in high school, like you couldn't substitute real life interaction with like online interaction. We didn't have like cell phones in class, so we were doing like T9 texting, okay, which was like it was a very difficult thing. But now when you
Oh, T9 texting. I was a fucking master at this shit, dude. I was a fucking master at this shit. I could text in my pocket without even looking. I was a fucking master at T9. All right. I would literally, there was times where I was at the dentist and I'm laying down and I told my mom on the way to the dentist that I could text without even looking at my phone. And she just like, oh, that's cool. She didn't believe me. And we were at the dentist and my phone kept going off. And the dentist this is like early on. The dentist is like, is that your cell phone? And I was like, yeah. It's like when I say early on, it's like early when like kids are first starting to have cell phones. It's first becoming a normal thing to have cell phones. Everybody before this, only rich people had cell phones. Like throughout the 90s, 80s, only very rich people ever had cell phones. So now all of a sudden in the like mid early 2000s, all of a sudden kids have cell phones and it's a brand new thing. So the dentist is like, does he have a cell phone? And my mom's like, yes. And I'm laying there. She's cleaning my teeth. My mom says, yeah, he says he can text without even looking at his phone. Like if that's true, that's ridiculous. And as she's standing there talking to the dentist about this, I've got this like big old thing on, so you can't see my hands. You can't see, but I've got the whole paper thing covering me. And so I just reached in my pocket, and I just text my mom real quick with T9 and just said, hey, Mom. She's like, hold on one second. Did you just text me? Uh-huh.
That was good.
Okay, well, I'm assuming once this is over, they'll end the stream. And then when they end it, the VOD will be up, and then we'll be able to rewind through it. Yeah? What do you guys think? Think it's a good plan? Pocket texting was the move. It was the move. It was definitely the move. You can rewind now? No, you can't. Is it over? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect timing. Nope. It's gone. It's gonzo. Yippee! Yabba-daboo!
We immediately knew who each other were. I'm the one who's going to go out there and defend the women of this country, and she's a cunt. But then we go out on stage, and there's this other pro-life leader out there, Lila Rose. And Lila looks like a cartoon villain. She's got the shiny black hair, the big eyes, the psychotic smile. Pretty sure she had a pipe bomb. And we ended up getting into a pretty heated back and forth. And then 4 days after it aired, Tucker Carlson on Fox News talked shit about me. He put the picture of me in the box and was like, oh, the nose ring girl is super damaged and deeply angry. And I'm not gonna lie, I hate Tucker, but he's not totally wrong. And then the night that
Did they just ask somebody to come waste time?
Right here today. So I'm going to let them get to it. We're going to start it. It'll go 25 minutes. At the 25-minute mark, the debate will cut off, and then we'll be bringing the next debaters up. Sound good? Are you guys ready? All right, perfect. Let's go.
All right, thank you so much. So the prompt is Trump's economic policies are devastating the lives of normal everyday Americans. I'm Micah, I'm a law student. I want to start by asking Michael some questions about his positions so I make sure that I'm actually talking to him, because a lot of Republicans have been pretty evasive with me today on this, and I want to have a good conversation. So to start, Michael, you voted for Trump, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and if you got the choice today, you would vote for Trump over Kamala Harris, right?
Of course.
Okay, and you think that Trump's economic policies, even if you don't agree with all of them, are better than the status quo?
Name some of them.
Well, just you know the policies, right? You're a Trump supporter. Like,
doesn't mean you have to look at all of them.
Well, but why would you vote for somebody without supporting their economic policies?
Speak louder.
Okay. Because, see, we have this thing called the popular vote, and so a lot of people actually vote for someone based on some majority type of information. So you don't necessarily need to know everything about a person. You can vote for them based on...
Do you know his economic policies?
See, this is the problem with the gays, all right? Gays want to be special. And this is why they're so flamboyant. This is why they're so loud. This is why they're so out there and just rubbing their gayness in everyone's faces. And now the cool thing today is for a gay person to be a Republican, because this will get them the attention. That's what it is. They want more attention. And so they're all going the Milo Yiannopoulos route. These kinds of people exist in every span of the population. The difference is us gays will hate crime them ourselves. No, this is all of you. This is all of you. You come into my chat every day and say stupid shit because you're gay. That's what it is. You're not dumb because you're gay. You're dumb because you don't understand things. Because you're gay.
Name some of them.
Like, I don't know, tariffs, I don't know, getting rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Some of the basic, like, tariff concepts I do understand.
Yes. Do you support tariffs?
I think it's a great strategy to get people to negotiate on the table.
Okay. So why don't we start talking about that? You think that tariffs are a good strategy to get people to come to negotiate. Do you remember whenever Scott Bessent said 90 deals in 90 days? Trump put tariffs on every single country in the world, and he said that he's going to force them to come to the table to get trade deals. You remember that, right?
I don't.
You don't? Okay. Well, that's what happened. And how many trade deals have we gotten? It's less than 10. A lot of the trade deals that we've gotten are with countries like South Korea, which we already had a free trade agreement with. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Trump said that American companies don't pay the tariffs. Countries like China pay the tariffs. But we actually know that's absolutely not true. American companies have saw the biggest tax hike they've received in the past 30 years. I don't think that's good. Do you agree?
I mean, China has been charging an excruciating amount of tariffs to Americans for importing goods into their country.
So is that why we tariffed Switzerland, which had no tariffs on 99.5% of American goods?
The what? I beg your pardon?
We tariffed Switzerland. We tariffed not just China. We tariffed South Korea. We tariffed Israel. Not a huge fan of them, but they had a free trade agreement with us. We tariffed Chile, and Argentina, Canada, and Mexico. These are many countries which we had free trade agreements with. Can we find some agreement on saying that's not reasonable?
I think it is reasonable because for the longest time, Americans haven't been put first. And so we've been giving our money to...
Tell me that everything about this person is not the product of them being gay.
A majority of countries, foreign countries specifically, we've been charging basically nothing to these countries. And so when you tax these countries,
you think those countries pay the tariffs, not Americans?
I mean, we're paying them eventually, but they're paying them to import into this
so whenever
country.
you go to customs to get your good, who has to pay the tariffs? The people that export to you, or the people that are going
Repeat
to
that
customs?
again?
So right now, I'll explain to you how tariffs work.
Okay.
Whenever you go to customs and you want to pick up the goods, the American company that imported the goods has to pay the tariff. American companies pay the tariff. There is no way.
There's not. Yeah, there's sort of. Well, they initially, you know, later on we do. No, not later on. We pay the tariff the whole time. The other countries don't pay the tariff at all. The reason that all of these people think so. Initially, when Trump started saying that he was going to, you know, initiate tariffs, and he was saying these countries have they've been able to sell in our markets for free, and they've been getting over on us for way too long, and we have to charge them to, you know, to be able to sell in our economy. Blah blah blah. Okay. So he's telling everybody that like these other countries have to pay in order to get into our economy. And then these people keep hearing all of the media and economists and everybody saying, this is going to hurt the economy. This is going to make prices go up. This is going to this, it's going to that. And they're all like, how does that happen? That doesn't make any sense. What are these people talking about? Like, just because those people have to pay more doesn't mean that our prices are going to go up. And then they hear other countries like Canada and China and all these other countries that they're all mad that the tariffs are being implemented on them. And so then they're like, oh yeah, see? They're mad because they have to pay tariffs. Yeah. That's what they're upset. They're mad that they have to pay these tariffs to us. And so yeah, now we get to make all these countries pay. But the reason those countries are mad is because if like our country is paying if say a business is buying like $1 million of a product every year, and then Trump implements a 25% tariff, they're not likely going to just pay 25% more. They have a certain amount budgeted for this. They're likely just going to buy 25% less, and now only 75% of that $1 million is allotted for buying this product from overseas. And so now that they're buying 25% less, but still paying the same amount, they're selling less. And so now they have to up the price in order to make up for the amount that went to the fucking tariffs. It's fucking obnoxious. That like there's all these like little things that happen that keep giving them this confirmation bias that they're right and that other countries pay the fucking tariffs.
Even indirectly, that foreign countries pay the tariffs. And so I don't see how you could say that we're taxing foreign countries when in reality American companies are being tariffed.
Okay, so that's why I said it's indirect. So when you're taxing these companies, look, there's a whole thing to this. When you're taxing a corporation to import goods, you're essentially, it's a whole domino effect. You're going to create a shortage in labor, which we all know has to do with a lot of illegals came into this country.
Wait, how does it create a shortage of labor to tariff?
Because a majority of illegals were the ones taking up our jobs.
I don't see how this is relevant to tariffs at all.
What does that have
very
to do with
relevant because when you have a shortage of labor, it forces these production companies to produce in-house. When you're having these productions outsourced,
it forces them to produce in our country. Where the fuck do you think illegal immigrants are? Do you think we have illegal immigrants, American illegal immigrants, in other countries? Like, why are we worried about illegal immigrants in other countries that are working jobs for... What is it? What the fuck? It gets worse? What the actual fuck?
labor from other third world countries. You look at Apple, for example. They were creating Apple products in the Congo.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. If you have a shortage of labor in America, then people are going to produce stuff other places. They're going to go somewhere else. If we have a shortage of labor in the United States, people are going to go somewhere else to produce stuff. And now you're talking about immigrants. Immigrants don't give us a shortage of labor. They give us a surplus of labor.
That's why we reduce the tax bracket to incentivize these corporations to hire American first.
Wait, so,
reduce the tax bracket. The whole point in giving tariffs is to up the taxes. What do you mean? And what does that like? We reduce the tax bracket to make it to where they hire American first. What does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? They're just saying a bunch of random shit. They're just saying talking points. That's it. They're just repeating talking points. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about.
They didn't reduce the tax bracket.
It sounds like they have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to tariffs, and they're just trying to find a way to make this about like illegal immigration.
Tariffs are a tax hike paid by American companies. But let's shift to some other policies of the Trump administration. Let's talk about something that you probably know about. The One Big Beautiful Bill. That's a bill that's...
No, actually I don't know.
You don't know about it. That's the single biggest legislative accomplishment of the Trump administration.
It was so in-depth, guys. It's a hard read, okay? The education system failed me. That's why we're trying to defund
this is why I've been dealing with
the
Trump supporters all
education
day.
system.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you about it, because I think a lot of Americans don't know.
Oh, that's what we want. We want the dumb people who didn't get educated to make decisions about what we should do with our education system. Brilliant.
About it. Trump ran on a lot of populist things. He said, I'm not going to cut Medicaid. I'm not going to cut SNAP. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of Americans that don't usually vote for Republicans voted for Trump, because he said he was for the little guy. But here's what he did whenever he came into office. The One Big Beautiful Bill cut Medicaid by $1 trillion. Millions of Americans are going to lose their health insurance because of this president, and he lied in his campaign.
So
He also cut SNAP, just one more thing.
Okay.
He cut SNAP benefits by $800 billion, putting 3 million Americans at risk of losing their food benefits. I don't think it makes sense to cut the benefits that Americans relied on, especially when you promised that you were going to retain them, while you're giving huge tax cuts to
I didn't
billionaires.
promise it. Trump did. But
And
look,
you voted for him.
Hold on. Well, let me. You're going to talk through the whole thing. Okay. This has to do a lot with illegal immigration. Okay. The reason I keep bringing this up is because these illegals were the ones getting the Medicaid services.
That's not even true. And,
That is
and the
true.
Medicaid cuts
A
are
lot
for
of
Americans.
Californians.
They don't even deny
Look,
that the Medicaid
simple
cuts are
fact
for
here:
Americans.
$44 billion was contributed to illegal immigrants in California. I'm in one of the most liberal states.
So okay, saying some illegal immigrants were able to get some types of like welfare is one thing. I don't think they got Wait, are they talking about Medicaid and Medicare? Or are they talking about the ACA? Wait, maybe I'm lost. I thought he was talking about the ACA.
That ever existed. We founded liberalism. So your version of liberalism
was
could
founded
be
in Europe.
completely different than my version of liberalism. So when you want to talk about defunding the Medicaid by $1 billion or whatever you said. $1 trillion. Yeah, that trillion was predominantly illegals.
No, you don't know that. You didn't even know what the
I
one.
do
You
know
didn't even
that.
know what was in the One Big Beautiful Bill until I just told you, and now you know that $1 trillion of cuts was
Well,
all
I'm
cuts
referring to the
for
clean
illegal-
CR.
So he put $1 trillion of cuts, work requirements, cutting people that are disabled, people that are not working from Medicaid, and that's harming Americans. They're not even denying. They're not even saying that this is
Okay,
about illegal
simple
immigration.
fact here, guys. Who funds Medicaid? Is it the federal government or is it the states?
It's both. The answer is both.
There you go. So for you to say that Medicaid is predominantly funded by Trump is a complete lie.
I didn't even say that.
What?
I didn't
You
say
literally
that.
just said he cut.
But
$1
actually,
trillion.
it is.
What? For you to say that Medicaid is predominantly funded by Trump, you didn't say that. And then he says, I didn't say that. And they said, you just said that he made cuts. What? What does that have to do with funding? But this guy, like, he's a little too gung-ho to make his points and make his talking points, that he's not, like, nailing them down on the dumb shit that they're saying. He's not, like, getting them to, like, they've said, like, 10 things that make absolutely no sense, and he's not nailing them down on this.
Predominantly funded by the federal government ever since the Affordable Care Act was passed.
And let the state. Well, let me
you don't know
explain
what
about
you're
the Affordable Care Act.
Let's talk
so,
about it.
So when you have the Affordable Care Act, you're giving these corporations, you're giving the health market the money directly. When you're subsidizing a health market as opposed to giving the money directly to the person, it's closing the health market, and you're not having an open market where people.
What?
Can choose whatever they want.
I have a question. You oppose Obamacare, right? You oppose the Affordable Care Act. Those are the same thing.
Well, the Republicans just passed a new version of the
They didn't
I guess
pass it.
yes, they did.
They didn't replace the Affordable Care Act. It's still around. We're still talking about it. The ACA tax credits haven't been figured out.
I didn't
Here's
say
my
they
question.
replaced Obamacare. I'm just saying they passed another version of it.
They haven't. But
It's
do you
literally in
support
there.
do you support the Affordable Care Act?
To an extent,
It's
I think it
literally
could be
in
better.
there.
It was like, but it was like the main thing Obama did. So do you think Obama was good whenever he did that?
I
Or do
think
you oppose it?
Obama had so much faults that could have been better. I mean, look, my focus is on immigration. We can talk about immigration because that's basically my focus point. I think Obama did a huge disparity to the Hispanic community. When you're incentivizing illegal immigrants into coming into this country.
How the fuck did we get back to this? How the fuck are we back on illegal immigration? How the fuck are we back on illegal immigration? I knew that this is like I knew this is what the debate was going to be. They were just going to keep going back to illegal immigration. How the fuck did this just go back to that?
Lying to their faces and telling them to abuse people. Don't offer them union benefits, retirement, health care, all of that.
Okay.
And so when
undocumented immigrants are not eligible for most federal welfare programs, especially not today. They're not
Yes,
eligible
they
for SNAP.
are.
They're
In
not eligible for
California,
Medicaid.
yes, they
In
are.
California, they expanded health care to undocumented immigrants. But do you know why?
Correct.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Because
I'm from the
they're
state-
here.
I'm
They're-
from-
they're in
that's not legal.
California.
I'm from the state of Texas. In the state of Texas, undocumented immigrants go to the hospital, and what happens? They get care, right? Because we have a policy in our hospitals that if you are in a medical emergency, we don't check your papers before we give you, help, right? We just help you immediately. And so we help undocumented people whenever they go to the hospital. And who pays for that health care? In the state of
Us.
Texas, yes,
In our taxpayers.
yes.
And
so
they're
what
illegal.
happens? What happens in states like Texas is these healthcare facilities, these hospitals, have to be reimbursed on the back end for all the healthcare they provide to undocumented immigrants. That is the same. In red states, they give healthcare to undocumented immigrants. But here's the difference between red states and California.
Okay.
In California, they have health insurance for the undocumented, so that they go to physicians, they go to primary care doctors, they go get tests, so they don't always go to the hospital. Meanwhile, in states like red states, if you're an undocumented person, you only go to the hospital, which is way more expensive. We can have a discussion about immigration. That's not what this is supposed to be about.
Okay.
But the idea that California's way of handling this is somehow less reasonable than states like Texas, I just don't see how you could think.
He said we could have a conversation about immigration, and they said okay. He's like, but that's not what this is about. They're like, fuck. Damn it! I thought we were gonna talk about immigration. Shit.
Open border policy when you allow half of
They're
Latin Americans.
back to fucking open borders, dude. Oh no.
We can have a discussion about immigration. That's not what this is supposed to be about.
Okay.
But the idea that
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Can we please talk about immigration? Yes, please.
California's way of handling this is somehow less reasonable than states like Texas, I just don't see how you could think.
You have an
that.
open border policy when you allow half of Latin America into this country by digging a tunnel or crossing.
You have an open border policy when you do X. What does that? Who asked? Who asked when you have open border policies?
A fence.
That's just not related to what I just talked
Right,
about.
but that's what I'm talking about. So it affects the economy.
What the fuck is happening? What is happening, dude? What is this? What is going on? This person is so stuck on fucking immigration. What is happening, bro?
Because now, when you have mass deportation, it incentivizes these corporations to hire American first.
Okay, let's talk about that. So you agree with mass deportations as
To
economic?
hire American first? This is gonna be rough, bro. This is fucking rough. Like, this guy's got like a fucking... He's got a W on a silver platter here, but he is just a little too eager to like make his own points. He needs to slow down and allow like the points to come to him a little bit more. He needs to kind of push this person on certain aspects of what it is they're saying.
Economic policy.
I do, but
Do you know how many people have been
obviously
deported? Do you know how many people the Trump administration is saying they deported?
It was 400,000, roughly 400,000.
They say in total self-deportations
Homeland
and
Security.
deportations, they say it's over 2 million people.
It's not. It's
But
roughly 1 million.
That's what they say because they're
No,
talking-
they do. They say it's 2 million people. So they said that. They said 1. They said 1 million. What is it? 1,600,000 people self-deported, and then they've deported another 400,000 since then, and so it's currently 2 million. What did they say?
Do you know how many people the Trump administration is saying they deported?
It was 400,000, roughly 400,000.
They say
So that's so they have deported 400,000, but the total amount of people who have deported or who have, I don't even know how you fucking state this when you include self-deportations, but yeah, that is technically correct, but it's the Trump administration says 2 million.
In total self-deportations
Homeland
and
Security.
deportations, they say it's over 2 million people.
It's not. It's
Well,
roughly 1 million.
That's what they say, because they're talking
Who
about
said?
The Homeland Security said that.
Well, the Homeland
Kristi Noem
Security
said that.
did also say that it was actually a million.
You're thinking about just ICE incarcerations and deportations. They're counting self-deportations.
I'm
2
counting
million people.
Wait, how did they go from 400,000 to 1 million? How did they just go from 400,000 to 1 million? What the fuck just happened?
Included.
Well, it's 2 million, trust me. Like, I did my research for this thing. It's 2 million
Okay,
people.
well,
so
we
their
can go with that.
Their claim is that it's 2 million people. So the idea that a lot of Republicans push is that if we deport undocumented immigrants, there will be more jobs for Americans. That's something that you agree with, right?
That is correct, but it's nuanced. You can't just put a blanket thing on it and then expect it to just like be the answer. There's so
Yeah,
much
you can't
nuance
just put
to
a
just
blanket
like
thing on it,
mass
expect it to
deporting
be
a
the
person.
answer.
There's terrorism. People are coming in unannounced.
But that's
It
one of the
affects the
benefits.
economy. We have all these people working and taking American jobs, Uber drivers.
But so they're taking American jobs, right? So if we get rid of them, there should be more American jobs, right? More jobs for Americans.
There will be an increase in American jobs,
Great.
and it will incentivize corporations into paying them more.
That's great. Thank you for telling me that. That's what I was looking for, because the unemployment rate has increased since Trump became president. It is now 6.
The what? The what?
The unemployment rate has increased since Trump became president. It
Right,
is now
that-
6.4% higher than when he took office.
No, it's
It
4,
is-
it's 4%.
That's not true. We
Yes,
also
it is true.
we
I
also
looked it
we
up.
also
Okay. The unemployment rate is 4%. It's like he said it's 6%. It has not increased 6%. Unemployment rate is like 4% to 4.2%. I don't know where the fuck he got that it's increased 6%. It would be like 10% right now. If it was 10%, that would be like 2008 numbers. Like I think we were around 10% in 2008. We are not at 8%. Where the fuck did he, or 10%? Where the fuck did he get this from? Maybe he thought it was 0.6%. It's 4.6%. Okay, so it's increased 0.6%, not 6%. He thought it was 6%. Shit, bro. The U.S. employment rate has increased to 4.6% in November of 2025, the highest since late 2021, with 7.8 million people unemployed. Little change from September, but up from 4.2% in November of 2024. Okay, so I think, yeah, it was probably, I think it was at 4% when, let's see. What was unemployment in January 2025? 4%. Yes. Okay. So when Trump took over, it was at 4%, and now it's at 4.6%, which means it's increased 0.6%. He said 6%. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Holy shit. What was unemployment in 2008? 7.2%. So yeah, it didn't even get that high in 2008, bro. That's that would be fucking insane. It increased 6%. Holy shit. Sheesh.
also see that youth unemployment has.
But he is correct that unemployment has increased 6%, and the bigger problem that we've had is labor shortages. So this is a very, very rare thing. You guys have to understand how fucked this is that Trump has us in this situation. It is a very, very rare thing to have a massive labor shortage where you have too many jobs and not enough people to work the jobs, and a high unemployment rate. Do you realize how fucking absurd that is? now Tom thinks is 6%. Wait, did I say 6%? Did I said he thinks it's 6%. Do you know how insane that would be for it to increase 6%? I didn't say it is 6%. I said it's 0.6%. You just said 6%. No, I was saying what he said. I was repeating what he said. You said he's right, though. That unemployment has gone up. Are y'all fucking trolling me? I'm fairly certain I was repeating what he said. No, go back? Okay, I'm going back. We're listening to this. I said he's. This is a very, very rare thing. You guys have. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Holy shit. What was unemployment in 2008? 7.2%. So yeah, it didn't even get that high in 2008, bro. That's that would be fucking insane. It increased 6%. Holy shit. Sheesh. That right there. I said that would be insane if it increased 6%. Keep going. Okay.
To see that youth unemployment has.
But he is correct. The unemployment has increased 6%, and the bigger problem. Okay, I did say it. Okay, my bad. Weird. What the fuck was I even? So unemployment has increased, and labor shortages are still up, which is weird as fuck. That is a rare thing. That is a rare thing. That's like it seems like it's almost impossible to have high labor shortages, meaning there's too many job openings. There's way too many job openings and not enough people to work the jobs. And then also high unemployment rates, meaning there's a lot of people who can't find a job. And this is to understand, okay? We've talked a lot about the fact that millennials are not working as much. They're working less hours. They're doing more gig work. They're totally different for millennials. They're very different in the way that they look at jobs. This does not include them. So when you think, oh, well, this probably still has a lot to do with the fact that millennials are just choosing not to work, blah, blah, blah. No, it's not. This doesn't include them. This only includes people who are looking for a job. This goes through, we calculate on unemployment rates by looking at the amount of people who are on unemployment with their local state. And that if they're on unemployment, that means that they're looking for a job and they haven't found one yet. And they track who's still looking and who eventually gets a job. And so this is saying people are looking for a job. They're trying to find one. They're trying to get another job. And they just can't get one. And then Trump's whole thing was he was bringing manufacturing back, right? He's bringing manufacturing back, but we've actually gone down in manufacturing, and manufacturing is still moving to other countries at the same rate, if not higher. We don't have the full calculations in right now, as far as we know. It's at least the same rate. It could be higher than it was during the Biden admin. And then we're up at 4.6%. It's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. 4.6% is not that bad. It's not that bad. 4% is a fairly okay unemployment rate. It's all right. But yeah, that's not. It's the reason that this happens when you have these two things happening at the same time is that there's too many people in certain sectors that are looking for jobs And those sectors don't have jobs. They are not looking for people. They do not have labor shortages. They have a lot of people who are looking for jobs there. And so they just have too many people in a bunch of different types of jobs, bunch of different types of positions where those people, those businesses are not searching for people. But then the majority of businesses are in areas where they don't have enough people and they all can't find anybody to work. So that's how this happens. But yeah.
Skyrocketed. Youth unemployment is the highest level since COVID, and before that, the Great Recession. These things are happening while your mass deportations are happening.
Well, first of all, mass deportations haven't even happened because we have all these laws in place.
We said 1 million people or 2 million people were deported. That's a mass deportation.
It's not 2 million. It was 1 million.
Oh, so 1 million shouldn't have an impact? Like.
So yeah, by September 23rd, 2025, the Trump administration claimed that 2 million illegal immigrants had left the country through a combination of over 400,000 deportations and an estimated 1.6 million people self-deported. So yes, that's 2 million. I have trouble believing that 1.6 million self-deported. That seems insane. I didn't hear, maybe it's me. I didn't hear of an insane amount of people self-deporting. I heard about the Trump administration giving this offer that people could self-deport and that they would pay them to do it. I did not hear that a bunch of people were doing it. Did anybody else? Anybody else hear of like tons of people self-deporting? To where it's 1.6 million? Did anybody hear about this at the time that it was happening?
I don't understand.
480,000 was self-deportees, and then the remainder was basically.
So you're making a claim, which is that these people are stealing our
Homeland
jobs.
Security.
If we deport them, it will give more jobs to Americans. We are deporting them at the largest level in this period of time in recent American history.
Obama had the biggest mass deportation, and this was a black man.
Over the course of his entire presidency.
Yeah, you're talking about over the course of his entire presidency in a single year. Obama did not deport 2 million people in any single year. And Joe Biden has the most deportations for a 4-year period. So Obama has the most deportations ever, but he had 8 years to do it. Joe Biden has the most efficient deportation rate, and that was during a 4-year period. And he didn't have 2 million people deported in a single year at any point. I think the most people he deported in total was about 3 million, I believe. Let me double check this. Let's see. The Biden administration took office amid heightened debate in some circles over the merits and tactics of deportation, yet it's on track to carry out as many removals and returns as the Trump administration did. The 1.1 million deportations since the beginning of the fiscal year 2021 through February 2024, the most recent data available, are on pace to match the 1.5 million deportations carried out during the 4 years President Donald Trump was in office. These deportations are in addition to the 3 million expulsions of migrants. So just so everybody knows, okay, a lot of people, a lot of conservatives, this is one of the things that like Rob Noor tried doing during our debate, where I say like, well, Joe Biden has the most deportations in a 4-year period. And he's like, you would call removals deportations? Like, yes, because everybody does. This is a line that a lot of conservatives use where they say, well, Joe Biden changed what is and isn't a deportation. Every president since George Bush has changed the definition of deportation. The media does not change their definition. The media, the people who do studies on this, the people who calculate the numbers, they don't change their numbers. Any type of removal from the country, it doesn't matter if they just came across the border and you pick them up and put them right back on the other side of the border, that's a deportation, right? All removals from the country are considered deportations in colloquial usage. Whereas, yes, in government usage, yeah, they have a bunch of different types of removals and only some of them are deportations. But colloquial, usage, we call any sort of removal a deportation. So all of these added up are what we would consider. So this says deportations are in addition to 3 million expulsions. So 1.5 million plus 3 million is 4.5. Crossing the border irregularly occurred under Title 42, the vast majority of which occurred under the Biden administration, combining deportations with expulsions and other actions to block migrants without permission to enter the United States. Biden administration's nearly 4.4 million repatriations are already more than any single president's term since George W. Bush administration. Okay. So 4.4 million is the total that he had in all 4 years. So yeah, I highly doubt he had 2 million in a single year. I highly doubt. If he had he averaged 1.1 million per year. It's very unlikely he had 2 million in a single year. He may have. I remember there was 1 year where border crossings were at like a massive spike. So it's possible that they did just get 2 million in one single year. That we've had. Nobody cares. Shut the fuck up.
You guys favor DEI, you favor diversity, but Obama, being a black man, literally kicked out.
So do you like Obama? I thought you don't like.
You favor diversity, but Obama kicked out people? What is this argument? What the fuck is this argument, dude?
Then
I don't even understand what we're talking about.
I'm just saying that you can't.
If we deport people, I
sorry.
like Obama. I thought you don't like Obama. I don't even understand what we're talking about.
I'm just saying that you can't blame Donald Trump when he hasn't even been able to do his job.
I'm expecting your claim, and your claim is that if we deport people, Americans will get more jobs.
This is what they did at the end of Trump's last administration too, where after he left office, they're all like, "Bro, you guys wouldn't even let him do his job." It's like that was what he promised. That was what he said. He said that he was going to, you should vote for him because he's going to be really good at getting stuff done and working with Democrats. That was his whole fucking thing. That was also Biden's thing. And he did. That was also Biden's whole thing. And he did it. He did work with Republicans. He did get a lot of shit done. He did all of that. Trump claims that he's going to do all this and then becomes the most partisan fucking piece of shit of all time.
We're deporting people and unemployment is up. And I don't know why you can't just acknowledge that your economic policy is not working like you claimed it would.
It's a culmination of different economic proposals. And we do know that we have Democrats in the House and in the Senate as well. So it's nuance. You can't just say, oh, it's Trump's bill. There's so many different Republicans.
Saying we have Democrats in the House and the Senate as well means absolutely nothing when you have Republicans have a majority in the House and the Senate right now. That means fucking shit.
Different ideas, and that's why
I'm trying to make this look a little bit more golden. But I think I'm trying to add little shine to the border, a little bit of a glimmer there. And I think I'm going to have to make the glimmer move. I think if it just sits still like that, I don't think it's going to work. I think it's got to move across. Use your fabulous style talents. You know what? I'll do that. I didn't even think about that. I'll do that. Thank you.
Have right
That's
now this what do you call it? We have a process to passing bills. Okay, some Republicans believe in some stuff, some don't. And
Yeah,
that's-
we're
that's
Some
talking about your
Republicans
claim
believe in
is
some
that if we
stuff,
deport
some
people,
don't.
Americans will get more jobs. We are deporting people in large numbers. Unemployment is going up. So, like the predictions you're making, do you agree that if you make a prediction that your policy is going to do something and then it doesn't do that, it actually does the opposite?
Well,
that would suggest other.
Okay,
that would suggest
I'm
that
glad
that was
that you're
wrong.
saying about the economy. So,
I'm
what
glad that you're
economists
saying
don't
about the
decipher
econ-
here is when you report who's leaving the workforce, they're not telling you that it's the illegals as well as the ones with status.
We're talking
They're
about
not
the
telling you
unemployment
that.
rate. We're not talking about the
The
total
unemployment
level.
rate only
It's
takes
based
into
on the-
account all workers. It
That's
doesn't
not
tell
true.
you which ones are
That's
the
not true.
illegals and which
That's
ones
not
are the
true.
ones
the
that have the
unemployment
status.
rate is determined by looking at the number of active job seekers, which doesn't
Correct.
include people that were
But
deported.
Micah, did you just hear what I said? I said that the economists, when they make those reportings, they're not telling you who's illegal and who has status and who doesn't. They're accounting for everyone. So those mass deportations that you're claiming was 2 million, part of the reason why unemployment went up was because of that
That
reason.
doesn't make any sense because those people aren't counted in the labor force.
They are
active
count- I
labor
said they're
seekers are the
counted.
people that are counted. Do you know? Do you even know? Like, I'm an econ major.
But
I
I
know how
said they're
unemployment is
counted.
calculated. You don't need to explain this to me.
Okay.
You don't. Like, they look at active job seekers, and also often unemployed people. I mean,
Yes, this is what I was saying before. Yes, they look at active job seekers, so they know that these people are actually looking for a job. It's not what some people might think, where it's just a bunch of people who just don't want a job. No, these are people. It's only counting people who are looking for a job.
undocumented people are not even counted towards the unemployment rate because we
are
don't even know that
accounted
they're
for
job
it. That
seeking.
is true.
How do the economists know where they are?
Dude, you
They're
can
getting
literally
money under
Google
the
it.
table.
Literally Google it. It'll tell you right
Okay,
there.
I'll ask ChatGPT.
No, actually, ChatGPT is really shitty.
Okay,
so
Gemini.
You should
I'll ask
do
Gemini.
Yeah, you should.
That's good research. Is there any economic policies of the Trump administration that you are actually like prepared enough to defend? A single
DuckDuckGo,
one,
bro.
anyone that you want.
You got to use
I mean,
DuckDuckGo.
it's a hard read. I'm not gonna lie.
It's hard, right?
Yeah.
It's hard because almost every single major economic variable has gotten worse since he became president. He said we were in a golden age.
We
He
haven't
said
even finished the
economy
first
is
fiscal
A++++++.
year. We haven't even finished the first fiscal year.
Oh, okay. Did he say that he's going to end inflation 2 years from now or on day one?
Actually, they made an announcement on the news the other day.
That's not an answer.
Well, it is. I'm going to tell you what it is.
Okay, go ahead.
The inflation has actually slowed down for the first time in many years.
Oh, that's interesting.
This first month, actually, in California, they announced it.
That's
which
really
is
interesting.
really good.
Tell me this: did tariff goods increase in prices or did they decrease in prices?
I haven't seen my can of soup or any of that stuff increase. So
literally
for you to
every
say-
single product in the grocery store is more expensive than
No,
it was
it's
before,
not. It's the
except for
same.
eggs. Except for eggs.
I'm
looking
paying
at
the
statistics.
same price as
eggs
I've
are down
seen
by
in the
40
last
cents.
year.
Literally everything else is up. Orange juice up 17%. Beef up more than 5%. Bread up more than 5%. I know these figures, and so we look at.
I go shopping at a grocery store. Do you?
Okay. Yes, I do go shop. I
Okay.
go shopping at Walmart. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, I know it's unfortunate.
Walmart's a little unpredictable.
I'm trying to unfold things because Trump cut student loans, which is making things difficult.
Walmart's unpredictable. The place that has guaranteed low prices, that Walmart, the one with guaranteed low prices, that one is a little unpredictable. That until the Trump administration, they had guaranteed low prices. I don't know if they do anymore. I remember when the tariffs started hitting that they said they didn't know if they were going to be able to do guaranteed low prices anymore. But like Walmart's literally have a thing that says if you can find a lower price anywhere by a legitimate retailer, they will give you that price. If you can find a lower price than theirs anywhere, they will give you that price, and they do. They will literally do this. Does Walmart still price match guarantee? No, Walmart no longer offers a general price match guarantee against other retailers, Target or Amazon. Their policy now primarily focuses on matching prices within their own ecosystem, specifically from Walmart.com to in-store purchases, with limitations and on specific online items. They do not match competitors' prices in store or offer They do not match competitors' prices in store or offer post-purchase price adjustment for drops. That was a little hard to say. competitors' prices in store or post-purchase price adjustment for drops. So many fucking P's in that. A little bit.
For people like me. And I want to talk to you about this. You're a student, right?
I am a student.
Okay. Do you know what he's done to graduate student loans?
Tell me.
Okay.
Since you know.
So I think a lot of people don't know about this, but people at my law school have felt this directly. I'm a law student. The tuition at my school is $86,000 a year. That is really expensive, and we need to do something about that. But Trump did
but
something.
law school isn't covered by FAFSA.
Law school is covered by Graduate Plus loans.
By
so
loans, yes, but
it's
you're
covered by
paying for
government.
it.
It's governed by.
Right, but you're paying out of pocket for it essentially.
No, we're paying
on
with
credit.
loans,
On
with federal
credit.
loans.
Right.
But let me explain to you how this works. Most
Yeah, I don't. I'm pretty sure FAFSA is covered by. Does. Yes, FAFSA free application for federal student aid is essential for accessing federal financial aid for law school, primarily federal student loans like direct unsubsidized loans and PLUS loans. And it's required for many institutions or institutional grants and scholarships based on financial needs. Though most aid is merit-based, law students are considered independent for FAFSA, and filing it opens doors for federal aid and helps law school determine your institutional aid. With some top schools requiring the CSS profile for need-based packages. So yeah, that's...
Most people that don't get a huge scholarship, I got a scholarship, so I'm very lucky. They have to borrow loans from the government, which are pretty low interest, and they pay that back over years and years and years and years.
Right, which is what you're going to do for the next 40.
What?
Right?
Well, no,
Because you took it
I have a
along.
big scholarship, so I'm chilling, but a lot of my friends.
Okay.
Trump, in the One Big Beautiful Bill, what did he do? He cut student loans and capped them at $50,000. So now a lot of my friends that are coming into law school have to borrow predatory private loans. This is what we had decades ago, that have a 6 or 7 or 8% interest rate, not to just cover half of tuition, but also their cost of living. And so these people are indentured servants. What was the reason? What was his reasoning for this?
Are you saying you're an indentured servant?
No, I said I have a scholarship, and we're talking about people that have high interest private loans. That's bad, right? Trump put them in that position. What was his justification? His justification was that we don't have the money to continue providing the student loans that we provided for decades. And I think that's weird because we just gave...
I don't even know if he said we don't have the money. I just remember him saying, like, they should stop depending on the government and get shit themselves. Which is just as fucked up. Like, that's just as fucked up.
$30 billion to Argentina. We just gave $7.8 billion to Israel. Why do we always have money for billionaires, corporations, foreign countries, the allies of Trump? He's trying to do a new farm bill, tens of billions of dollars, but we don't have enough money just to keep Americans on the benefits that they rely on. Doesn't that outrage you?
So you're pointing Trump, but like your prior president gave thousands of dollars.
Why are we talking about Biden?
Because that's who you voted for, right?
I didn't vote for Biden this last election.
Are you okay? No,
I wasn't
but
even
the
old
one
enough to
before
vote
that.
for Biden.
You're screwing.
Oh, okay. I was about to say. I was like, wait a second, bro. You need to shut the fuck up if you didn't vote for Biden, bro.
Bring away from what I'm telling you, Micah. You're Democratic, yes?
I prefer the Democrats to the Republicans.
Okay, so you voted for Joe Biden.
I did not because I was not old enough to vote.
He just said he wasn't old enough to vote. What the fuck? Why are they repeating this shit?
Okay, but you would have. Yes or no?
I would have voted for Trump for Biden over Trump.
Okay, he would have voted for Trump. He just said it.
Yeah, so true.
If you thought Biden was good, then you should also look into the fact that he had a whole bunch of money laundering schemes circulating with the Biden laptop and all these different things.
I know that.
What the fuck? Why do they keep changing the topic, dude? They're incapable of just staying on topic and just arguing the thing that they're there to argue. What the fuck is this? What is this?
You want to talk
He
about Biden
received
because you can't defend Trump.
$5,000.
Like I'm talking about a policy under Trump, who's our president right now.
Okay.
Can we just agree?
This
that
is literally every debate. Like, this is every debate with MAGA. Is any topic that you start off with. Like, this is what we were talking about last night, me and Pisco, where, like, Rob Noor, the entire fucking debate, just had to keep, like, pivoting to different topics and changing it up, which that was, like, part of, like, kind of what we agreed on was before we agreed to do... I don't think I mentioned this last night, but before we agreed to do the, what was it called? The violence debate, we had already agreed to do we had already agreed that we were going to try to cover like a broad array of topics, and then they came back and were like, "Hey, are you guys okay with doing political violence, or you know, who's more violent, the left or the right?" And so we ended up doing that, but our plan was still kind of to try to like use that to cover a broad array of topics. So like we had talked about it before, and we're just like, yeah, like we just, and this was on stream. Most of you guys were sitting there watching me and Rob talk about like what we wanted to do for the topic, and we said like, yeah, we just want to make it entertaining. We want to kind of like cover a broad array of things. Maybe that puts me at a disadvantage. Like I don't know. I was happy to kind of do that. And most of the time, I think I have gotten a little used to like call-ins, where in call-in shows, I am waiting for the caller to take it where they want to, right? I'm waiting for them. Normally, they know who I am. They know what my positions are. They know what I think. They know what my arguments are. So I'm waiting for them to come on and say why they disagree with me, right? They're calling in to say, I think you're wrong. Here's why I think you're wrong. And I've gotten a little bit too used to that call-in style, where I'm allowing them to make their arguments for why they think I'm wrong, and then kind of following them down the line. Whereas in other debates, like obviously that's definitely not the best way of dealing with things.
It was bad. We can talk about Biden all day later.
I don't think Trump is bad, because I do believe that he's putting Americans first for the first time.
Can you defend the policy that I just explained to you?
No, because I literally told you that I focus on immigration. So
you knew about this prompt for days. I mean, okay, let's talk about immigration. You support ICE.
I do.
Okay. Do you?
Yeah, you didn't see your kind of soup increase, but you seen your F buttocks increase your FF. What? You seen your what? I think they're Spanish. I think they're trying to speak Spanish. You don't have to call me senor. I'm not. I don't speak Spanish.
Do you know that ICE has arrested and detained brutally U.S. citizens?
I mean, he detained this gay salon stylist person.
That's just one of them. He detained a military veteran.
Yeah, but you know, like all these people, you have to cut a problem that Skamala.
Okay, so you guys know the guy that we all heard about, the military veteran that got deported? From my understanding, that's not correct. I could be wrong. We can double check this. If anybody knows his name, I'll look into this. I'll double check it. But I watched a little clip, a little like 30-second clip from a debate that happened on CNN. The one that they used against what's her face in the congressional hearing, the Korean guy. Yeah, I think so. The guy who, like, he fought for our military. He has 2 sons who fought in our military. And then they said, and then you deported him. From what I saw, he's self-deported. From what I heard, he was one of the people who took the self-deportation money and self-deported. So yes, the Trump administration has deported and forced self-deportation of U.S. military veterans, with recent cases drawing significant attention in 2025, while the Trump administration has at times denied that the U.S. citizens or veterans are being deported. Reports and testimonies confirm instances of veterans with green cards being removed, often following convictions related to PTSD or substance abuse. See, that is like the most fucked up part, is that people who fought in the military and ended up with like PTSD and then ended up doing drugs because of their PTSD and got charges, or ended up having some sort of like DUIs or abuse things because of their PTSD, that then they get deported because they had a fucking felony, because they had a fucking a criminal rap sheet. That is disgusting, dude. That is fucking disgusting. Like, could you imagine? Can you fucking imagine hearing about a country sending somebody to war to where they get like brain trauma from it, and then they deport them for having the fucking brain trauma? What the fuck? What the fuck? Captain 5 Beers want me to call in? No. Captain 0 Beers wants you to call in. Captain 0 Beers, not 5 beers, okay? 0 beers. Not 5 beers. We got a 1 beer limit on this show now, okay?
Kamala Harris created for the past 4 years.
You did not just say Kamala. That's crazy.
She is a scam. She's a scam. When you bring in a bunch of people into our country unannounced, some of them were terrorists and pretending to be Mexicans. You create a huge problem in our country, in our economy. And this was all because of the woman that everybody wanted.
Guys, that is time. We're going to put the mics down. This was Michael representing the Trumper Republicans, and this was Micah representing the left Democrats. Thank you. Awesome. Pleasure to meet you.
I feel like I know Micah. I feel like I've met him a couple of times. I don't think I've ever seen him before, but I feel like I know him.
All right, we're going to be getting on to our next
No,
debate.
Freddie. No. It doesn't. If the beer was like 10 feet tall, that still doesn't count. It doesn't change anything. It doesn't. You don't get to have one bottle that's 10 feet fucking tall and then say I only have one beer. Okay, that's not how that works. That's cheating. It does not count.
This debate is going to be. Are you guys ready? You guys all ready? We have a habit of conservatives running. The first conservative was very late. The second conservative has gone to the bathroom. We're not sure where he's gone since. Okay, all right. Get ready for our next debate. Again, this is going to be about 20 minutes. And then afterwards, we're going to put mics down.
A yard glass? I didn't know you guys had yards. I thought you guys didn't use yards.
On the left, we have Andrew. He'll be representing the left. And then we have Riley, who is representing the right. So I'm going to let you guys take it away.
Only for glasses.
Go ahead and tell them what the topic is.
Yeah, so the topic is going to be whether or not birth control should be banned.
Really quickly. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Make sure you guys, we've had volume. Hold this to your mouth. Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right. Okay. Loud as possible.
All right, give it to him.
All right, so the debate topic is going to be whether or not we should ban birth control in America. And my stance is that we should ban birth control pills and IUDs in the United States of America. That is in the best interest of the American people, and it is the most moral option for women to do.
All right, when you say you want to ban birth control, are you talking about across the board, all of it? We're talking pills, we're talking hormonal birth control, we're talking IUDs, the whole lot?
Yeah, I'm talking about everything except condoms.
Everything except condoms, okay. Why?
Well, I am staunchly pro-life, and I guess we're going to delve into that a little bit. But birth control pills, IUDs, a lot of people don't know this, but they actually prevent implantation. And as a Christian and as a person who can think logically, I believe that life begins at conception. And so birth control pills and IUDs will prevent implantation, which is about 5 days in. Henceforth, it is an abortion.
Would you say you place the same moral value on a 2-cell zygote as you do on yourself, Mercedes,
Yes.
myself?
Yes.
The same? They're exactly
Yes.
weighted the same? Okay. We don't think about anything like this, but let me ask you, let me test your logic, test your consistency.
Yeah.
If you had a dog, and the dog got loose, and it went and attacked a random person living their life, walking down the street, and it got gnarly and it killed that person, we would put the dog down.
Yes.
Inherently, we value human life more than we value animal life.
Yeah.
If that same dog got loose and wandered into a laboratory where they're growing zygotes and ate one off the table, you putting the dog down?
What was that?
If that same dog got loose and wandered into a lab where scientists were growing zygotes and ate one off the table, are you going to put the dog down?
I mean, first of all, this is a situation which wouldn't exactly happen, and also I'm against IVF as well. I think IVF should be banned. I don't think this scenario should even be happening in America. So I don't think we should put the dog down. I think we should put the scientists who are performing IVF, I think we should put those scientists down.
Oh, yeah?
Instead of the dog.
That was a non-answer, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, it is going to be equivalent in the loss of
This is a scenario that's not going to happen. That's what hypotheticals are for, bro. That's what if it was a scenario that actually happened, it would just be called an example. If it doesn't happen, it's called a hypothetical. This is it's a little frustrating when people don't understand this and they like say shit like this, like, oh, that doesn't matter because that would never happen. Like, well, if it did happen, it would just be a fucking example, bro.
life. Now, should we put the dog down? Well, that's different. If you accidentally kill someone, right, the dog isn't going to knock over a shelf and know that they're killing a zygote, right? But the dog somewhat knows that they're aggressive and they're killing a fully grown human being.
Yeah, we don't evaluate, when we're looking at like animal attacks, we don't evaluate the like internal thought process of the animal like we do with humans. We don't look to intention because we can't even fathom the conscious experience
the
of
dog
the dog.
wasn't exactly aggressive though. The dog knocked something over.
It's not about aggressiveness, it's about threat to life. That dog has demonstrated in the first instance where it's attacking a human being, the dog's demonstrating I'm a threat to humans, and so the dog has to go.
But the dog doesn't show a higher chance of harming future zygotes if they accidentally knock over a shelf, while they do show a higher chance of biting more people and killing more people, like mauling a grown man to death, because they've done it before. If they knock over a shelf accidentally, that doesn't mean they're going to knock over a shelf
Preventing
again.
that dog from attacking a fully grown human being is just as easy as preventing it from attacking you just don't let it back in the lab, or you take steps to make sure that can't happen again. If a dog attacks and kills a human being, you put him in a cage for the rest of their life. What do you think jails are?
I think jails for black people. But
yeah, okay, that's not the topic. All right, we could throw that dog. We could throw that same dog.
I was about to say this guy looks like a fucking Nick Fuentes wannabe. he looks like a Nick Fuentes wannabe, so that's that makes sense.
Dog into a cage for the rest of its life, and we can prevent it. It will never attack another human being again. The question, when we look to like something like an animal attack, because we can evaluate a dog's consciousness, the question is, are you a threat? Have you shown yourself to be a threat to humans? And in this case, if you truly believe in your soul that a 2-cell zygote is the same morally as a fully grown human, you've done the same thing in both cases.
Okay, well,
so
I'm going to bring up
that
a little
dog's
bit
got to
of
go, right?
Yeah, I'm going to bring up a little bit of an analogy here, right? So, do you value a baby's life just as much as your life, like a newborn baby?
Do I value a baby's life as much as me?
A baby, yes.
No.
You don't. You don't value baby as much as your own life.
No.
So you would choose that you would live over a baby. If you're on the Titanic and it's sinking, you would choose a spot on that lifeboat instead of the baby.
Those are not the same thing. I have more like value for my own life because I know what it's like to be me. I can fathom my own consciousness. I don't know what it's like to be another being.
You don't think that baby's life?
Everybody, for the most part, most people value their own lives over other lives, unless it's your own child or your own wife or something like that, right? There's scenarios where we may have like instinctual values that apply to other beings that are not normal, but in general, he didn't say your baby, he said a baby. So yeah, of course, most people are going to value their own lives over a baby. Yeah.
Life is equivalent to your own life.
No, they're definitely equivalent, but you asked me if I value it. They're morally equivalent, absolutely.
Yes.
They're more.
Okay, why is the baby morally equivalent to you if the baby's a lot
because
dumber?
we're both human beings.
What gives life value? What makes it valuable?
The human conscious experience.
The human conscious experience. Does a baby have a human conscious experience, and how do we know that? It does. Are you sure?
Yes.
I don't think they do.
You don't think they do?
I mean, there's no way to exactly test this, right?
Just kind of goes off. Do they have the brain parts necessary to form a conscious experience?
Okay. Well, I mean, if you want to call it consciousness, just kind of operating their brain. Is a pig smarter than a baby?
A pig is definitely smarter than a baby.
Pig is definitely smarter than a baby. Do you eat pork?
Yes, I eat pork.
Why are you fine with killing pigs but not with killing babies? If the pig is more conscious than
I
the baby?
value a human conscious experience.
Why do you value a human?
Because I know what it's like to be a human. I can't fathom what it's like to be an animal. So you know
that one day.
Oh, okay. Okay. So he is kind of walking towards this like guy's statement where a zygote is human. It's human DNA. And what like the problem, I don't even like the term consciousness. I don't like it when people use like consciousness as what they define this off of. I think it's way too subjective. I think it's way too like we don't know much about like what it means to be conscious or to have human consciousness or like how it comes about or anything like that. But there's a point where like your brain is developed to where it kind of has all the parts. It's just not like it just has to grow and develop more and eventually get different types of hormones that it's going to process to kind of change the way that it works. But even that like latter part doesn't happen until you're in your early teens, and then you don't have like a full grown brain until around the age of 25, sometimes even 30. So what consciousness is, I think the way that we kind of like understand what is or isn't consciousness, is it subjective or just hard to track? Both. So did you ever see my debate with Brittany Simon and a number of other women where we were debating over whether or not humans were superior in some sort of way? And the main argument that I was giving is that like because we're capable of doing other things, we are more conscious. And a lot of the arguments that they were giving is, but a lot of other animals don't even have the ability to do these things. So like the fact that we talk and we're able to use language, that has a lot to do with the way that our mouths are formed. Whereas most other animals, they don't even have like I'm blanking on the terms, but like the throat gear to be able to talk. They don't have the lips to be able to talk. They don't have the teeth to be able to talk. They like, even if we gave them some sort of like human consciousness, they still couldn't do it. They're not capable of doing it. They don't have fingers. They don't, like, if you think of like an elk would never be able to talk. They would never be capable of doing it. No matter what we do, it would never be capable of speaking human language. It would never be capable of building something because it doesn't have opposable thumbs. And so whether or not this elk has a similar type of consciousness, we could never know. We could never possibly know because it's so limited in its capability that we just don't know. Whales don't talk, prove it. Well, so that's the thing. Whales don't use human language. They have certain types of communication. But if you want to talk about like communication is like a really big part of it and whether or not you're able to communicate. Okay, what about higher forms of communication? What about the fact that trees and plants are able to communicate through fungi and like other types of not plants, but fuck, I'm blanking on the term. What is the thing? Do you guys know the story about, like, I think it was China or Japan, one of these countries that used some sort of like thing. I'm blanking on the term right now. I'm trying to get this term. They used some sort of thing to like map their railroad system to make it more efficient. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Trees don't talk. I didn't say they talk. They communicate. Slime mold. It's not. It's a type of something. It's fuck. What am I looking for? There's like a thing that's like it's like a type of fungi or something similar. It's like it's similar in the description where it's not a It's not a plant, it's not an animal, and it's not a fungi, but it's kind of all of them, but it's closer to an animal than anything else. Mycelium, kind of, it's not what I'm looking for, but it's a word that's closer to like bacteria or something like that, but whatever. Anyways, the point is that there are things that have higher forms of communication. So like even like ants, termites, like these might even be considered higher forms of mycelium. It's not the word that I'm looking for, no. But anyways, it's close enough. The point is that yes, like we can talk about like even higher forms of communication that are able to communicate things in very ants just use pheromones, hardly riveting. They don't just use pheromones. No, they do not. They are able to communicate information with antennae. They're able to communicate in a number of ways. They make sounds, they use pheromones, and they can also communicate with antennae. What's the point of saying human mouths formed to talk? What do you mean, what's the point? I explained the point. What do you mean, what's the point? I didn't leave it open-ended. I explained it in detail. I gave the point. I did not just state something and move on. I literally said the whole thing. Anyways, the point is that like the way that we value things is going to be like super subjective. What we call human damn, dude, I don't know why I've been fine the whole fucking day, and then within the past like 5 minutes, all of a sudden I'm blanking on every fucking word.
That baby is gonna killing pigs, but not with killing babies. So because more conscious because I value a human
consciousness. Yes, the human consciousness. What we even call human consciousness, what we consider to be consciousness. This is all like there's not a thing that we say. This is what consciousness is. This is where it exists. This is how it exists. This is like what makes consciousness exist. This is the part of our brain that makes us conscious. We don't have any of this information. We have a concept of what we call consciousness. What that is, we call it awareness. What the fuck is awareness? Like, what the fuck is awareness? Like, how do you actually explain that you're more aware than other things? Like, how does that conversation even begin to, like, how do you even begin to have that conversation? Like spiders and certain types of like butterflies and moths are able to see in ultraviolet, and they're able to see there's animals that are able to see fucking waves, like sound waves, and there's so many different types of awareness and things that other animals are aware of that we are not aware of, and that like they can do all sorts of things that we can't even dream of doing. And like it's just this is what I mean when I'm saying it's just ridiculously subjective. It's a concept that we have that we don't even know what the concept is. I thought you were trying to say that it's not subjective. No. I brought up the speaking point when I was saying that when we talk about the fact that like we're able to do a lot more things, a lot of that has to do with the fact that we have human communication. We're able to communicate more. But does that mean that we're able, like, just because we're able to communicate more, that we are more aware? Well, no. But then you say, okay, well then if other animals are just as aware as us, why don't they talk? Why don't they build skyscrapers? Well, because they literally don't have the ability. That's what I explained, is that they don't have the ability. They're not capable. Even if we gave them like the human awareness, they still don't have the mouths and the tongue and the ability. They can't do it. So yeah, it's all in the thumbs. If it was all in the thumbs, so this is an argument that I had recently when we were talking about AI. If it was all in the thumbs, Octopus would be building entire fucking cities all over the place. If it was all in the thumbs, octopi have way more ability to do way more shit with their limbs than we do. They could do way more shit. Now, part of the problems with octopus is that they die when they mate. And so because they die, they're not raising their children. And because they're not raising their children, they're not passing down knowledge. And because they're not passing down knowledge, they're not building on knowledge as we are. We can have one person invent the wheel. Cool. Hundreds of years later, we got somebody inventing the fucking car and the airplane. Like, we're taking knowledge and we continue building on it because we raise our own young. And we're a social species that we're able to keep building on things. But octopus don't even show, like, the beginning levels of this sort of shit. Okay, I'll take that back. They show the beginning levels of it. They build slightly. They build things slightly. Like, they'll go into a crevice of like coral, and then they'll grab rocks and like cover up the holes and shit, right? Like, they show the beginning levels of this. Just they're just never moving farther. They're never moving past that. And yeah, they have much more complex limbs than posable thumbs. they have 8 posable thumbs with thousands of stickers all up and down those entire limbs, to where they could do way more. If we had that shit, we would be doing way more shit. But yeah.
Conscious experience. Why do you value a human? Because I know what it's like to be a human. I can't fathom what it's like to be an animal. So you know that one day that baby is going to grow up and have a conscious experience just like your own. Not just like my own, but it's going to have a similar it's going to have some similarity experience. But doesn't that same logic apply to a fetus of any stage of development? From conception up before a fetus has the brain parts necessary to even form that conscious experience, there's nothing to speak of yet. There is no person yet. There's nothing happening yet. Same thing with a baby. There is no personality of a baby yet. Do you think personality and consciousness are the same thing? I do not. What? But so consciousness would be, so like early consciousness would have a lack of personality. But I want to go back to a point, though, that you're fine with killing pigs, but not with killing babies, because the baby will one day grow up to be an intelligent human being, right? No, a baby won't grow. I could not possibly care less about the intelligence of the baby or the intelligence of the pig. It is there. It's having a human conscious experience. That's what I value, the human experience. Okay, yes, intelligence is a completely. If I knew for a fact that someone was going to grow up to have like a 45 IQ, I'm not going to just blast them right then and there. I don't care about the intelligence part at all. But it's a human conscious experience. Yeah. But a baby does not have that same human conscious experience when they're a newborn. What do you think of what I'm referring to when I say consciousness? Consciousness, I would say intelligence to know, let's think. You're already off basis. If you're trying to invoke, or if you're trying to like signal to intelligence at all, you're already off base. Intelligence is wholly irrelevant.
I would say that, like, when I talk, when we talk about human consciousness, I do think that the most important aspect of that is that you have the ability to reciprocate human morals and human emotions. I think that is like the main thing. But to me, because we're calling this thing consciousness, we're calling whatever this is consciousness, it comes down to just being human then. That's it. It's just human. We just need you to be human and alive. That's it. That's all it is. And that's why I hate this fucking, like, conversation about human consciousness, because we don't know what we're talking about. We're using consciousness because we think this is, and this is the way I feel about abortion conversations, is I feel like the pro-choice conversation is saying, okay, the law already set up this process where they're building everything based on trimesters. And they're saying after the second trimester, before the third trimester, this is generally where they think it's a good spot to cut it off, okay? We want to find things around that spot to make the case morally. We like that. That's a good place. That's a good place where they have 2 trimesters to be able to get an abortion. We think they've got enough time. It's convenient that they have enough time. And we don't think many people are going to want to get an abortion after the 2nd trimester. So this is a really good spot. I think, for me, I think it's about convenience for most people. I don't think they actually care about consciousness or know what it is or have this like very specific thing. I think to them, it's very conveniently, consciousness is believed to start around the same time. So we're going to use consciousness as the argument so that we can align with the trimester argument. That's it. I think that's it. That's all it is it's about convenience. That's all it is. When we try to make a moral value argument, we don't really care about the moral value of this thing. Like, we're just trying our best to work backwards from, I like this spot, this feels good. I'm going to try to find a way to justify this spot, this point in time. That's what I think it is. So that's why, to me, I think it's just human. It's just being human, right? Which is why I separate my arguments. I say, morally, I think it's always wrong. I think as long as it's alive and it's human, it's always immoral. It's always wrong, no matter what. But legally, we have consistent laws. We already have laws. We already have concepts of like when somebody has rights, when they don't have rights, when they have personhood, right? And that is around the point when they have we consider somebody dead and to no longer have these like rights and personhood. That happens at the point that they no longer have brain function or a heartbeat. So I would take that and say, okay, so let's be consistent. If you no longer have these human rights, if you're no longer a citizen, if you're no longer a person, if you're no longer a being to us, when you don't have a heartbeat and brain function, because you don't have that, okay, well then let's say you get this. When you do have that, that's beginning of the 2nd trimester, at the end of the 1st trimester, like 15 to 16 weeks around that period, you have heartbeat and brain function. So that's my thought process. That's my argument, is you just have to be human and alive. I think that's the moral argument. Human and alive, okay? But legally, when you're considered alive, and morally, when you're considered alive, maybe a little bit different. I think I will include the potential for something to be alive when it's a zygote. Legally, maybe not. And so legally, I'll say you're allowed to have an abortion in the 1st trimester. Morally, I always think it's wrong. I don't care if things are alive and human and etc. Old people that are vegetables, 07, a possible embryo, and plan B, I don't care, 07. So when you say are vegetables, we wouldn't really consider that brain function. There's like if they are considered brain dead, that is not brain function. That is different, right? If their heart is running off of a machine and they're being kept alive through life support, we wouldn't consider that heartbeat. So heartbeat and brain function, those are the 2 things. The things that you're talking about, those are not are they human and alive? Yes, morally, yes. But that's because, so this is part of the issue, though, is that like when we're talking about what morals are and where they come from and why we engage with morals the way that we do, throughout most of human history, everything has been very tribal, right? Everything's been about tribes. So my tribe is my family, my friends. That's it. My family, my friends. If I like you, we're cool. Then we have a code amongst one another. But if you're outside of my tribe, fuck you. Your competition for resources. If I see you in the fucking streets, they didn't have streets back then. If I see you in the fucking streets, it's going down on sight. But if we're friends, if we friends though, then we have a code. We got morals, right? All of a sudden, we now have this idea that even if they're not your friends, they're not your family, they're not part of your tribe, those morals still apply. Why? Why did we do that? Well, because my friends, I don't want you to randomly kill them. My family, I don't want you to randomly kill them. Why? Because they matter to me. So I'm not going to murder your friends and your family because they matter to you, right? That's how that works. Somebody that's old and a vegetable, just because they're on life support, just because they might have be brain dead, they may still have family members who care about that, right? So they don't want you to kill them. They don't want you to unplug them. So morally, yes, they still matter to those people. They still have this attachment to them. And so morally, yes, we would still have a different idea for this. Because the problem with this idea is that if I kick the pregnant woman in the stomach, as long as it's before the 3rd trimester, and I kill that fetus, I should only get charged with assaulting a woman, not murdering a baby, right? Whereas, even if I did it on purpose, even if that was my intent, I went and kicked her in the stomach because I saw she was pregnant. I wanted that fucking fetus to die. I wanted her to be upset that her fucking baby is dead. If I did that, it would, like, I think most of us would think that that's murder. I think most of us would be like, that's fucked up. But according to this idea, all I did is I kicked a woman. I didn't do shit to a fetus. The fetus is just like stepping on an ant. I just stepped on a fucking ant. That's all I did. That, like, this human consciousness argument says that's all I did. You just conflated morality with legality. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I just said that if they're a vegetable, they still matter to me. So morally, I don't want anybody to kill them. That was the moral argument the whole time. That was consistent. And then the 3rd trimester thing is well after they have heartbeat and brain function. So the thing you brought up in the legal argument, no. Correct? That yes, your family can choose to pull the plug on you. Or are you talking about the kicking the woman in the stomach? I don't know which one you're talking about. But yeah, that is like part of my issue, is that this argument says that, like, you're killing somebody's future child, and it's just like stepping on an ant. There is no moral consideration for this thing.
In this case, consciousness would be the ability to know that you are here exactly. Like, if you not having consciousness would just be living in the life, operating like a mouse or something, get food, have sex, reproduce or something. Consciousness would be being able to know that you are in this world. It's kind of hard to explain consciousness. There's a lot of different definitions, right? So it's gonna be very difficult. If we delve into
let's see, what do we get? All right, consciousness is the subjective experience of being aware of oneself and the world, encompassing thoughts, feelings, sensations, and the sense of being a self, though its exact nature remains one of science and philosophy's biggest mysteries. So, do you understand that? Do you understand how weird this is? Do you guys know how fucking weird this is? That we have a term for something that we don't know if it's a thing at all. Like, this is like talking about God. If she doesn't tell the cops, then you won't be charged. Yeah, and if I hide your body in my freezer after I've chopped you up and the cops don't find you, then nobody will be charged. So what? I don't understand that argument. What do you think about reports coming out of Canada and letting people die to harvest organs? So, this is actually one of my favorite like hypotheticals. And the question is, because this is why people don't make the argument about bodily autonomy as much, because bodily autonomy really doesn't, it's not a good argument. Bodily autonomy says that you can have an abortion all the way up until the day that you birth the baby, right? From the point that it's conceived till it's birthed, you can have an abortion all the way up until it's birthed. That is, or even until they cut the umbilical cord. Like, my body, my choice could still be yes, even until they cut the fucking umbilical cord. Like, you can still abort this thing. So there's a hypothetical that says, what if somebody came out with an app where if you wanted to, you could auction off your non-vital organs? So like your kidneys, shit like that. You could auction these off. You could put it on an app, and this is all done safely, okay? The hypothetical, it's all done safely. It's all done through legitimate hospitals and doctors and everything like that. If you sell the organ, the person who's buying it from you will pay for you to go to the hospital, have it taken out, and they'll pay for it to get sent to them. Wait, Tom, that's not really the same thing. We know we have brain function, and we happen to call it consciousness. LOL. There's a thing we're referring to, even if we don't know. No. A fucking fetus at the point that it's at like 14 weeks has brain function. You're not just calling consciousness brain function. You are incorrect. You are not. The tons of animals have some type of brain function, but we don't think that they have like human consciousness. We believe we have a very specific type of consciousness that exists. We have something different. Now, when they say all of these things, okay, they say subjective experiences of being made aware of oneself in the world, encompassing thoughts, feelings, sensations, and the sense of being a self. We have 6 different things encompassed in this, right? 6 different things that you are aware of in this. What if all 6 of those things don't come from the same part of your brain? What if we have like 10 different parts of our brain that give us the ability to recognize all of these different things and to be an individual and be aware of these things? Like, these are all coming from drastically different parts of our brain. There is not any part that is giving us, or even hundreds of different parts, right? There is nothing that gives us this idea of consciousness, and that the idea of this thing even being a thing isn't like real. Like, it's not real. That even what it is that we're describing here is 100 different things. We believe animals have conscious. Okay. I'm aware. That's why I said human consciousness, not animal consciousness, but But yeah, the idea is if you could sell your organs, and we could come out with an app where you could just choose to sell your organs, and you would make a lot of money off of it, right? Would you be okay with this being legal? Now, the idea, my body, my choice, says yes. That idea, my body, my choice, this says yes, you should be able to do it. You should be able to just sell your shit off. Now, we might say no, but if you say no, is it still my body, my choice? Like, why not my body, my choice? Where did that go? Why can't I do what I want? What the fuck? And if you ride through the hood now, you get in your car and you drive through the fucking hood, you're going to be watching a bunch of people all bandaged up and like limping around and shit. They sold their fucking kidneys. They sold their fucking liver. They sold like all this different shit. They're just selling it all willy-nilly. They sold their eye. Like, they need the money. So they're selling off non-vital organs all over the place. They sold the testicles. Like, my argument for consciousness is faith based in science. Now what? Good job. Well done.
Deep into a philosophy, there's going to be infinite definitions.
I think we have a very similar
The fundamental question here is, does a thing have the ability to have a human conscious experience, or does it not?
Yes, a fetus does. It has the ability to have a human conscious experience.
At a certain point,
just like a baby.
And at a certain point, and that's the line, right?
A newborn baby does not currently have a human conscious experience that you value, right?
A newborn baby has a human. It already has it. It's done. It's already there.
Okay, well, what's the evidence for that, I guess? Like, what is the claim there? You can't ask a baby if they're conscious, and you can't ask a zygote if they're conscious. So I could apply that same logic to that a fetus is conscious, just as much as the baby is.
So the bullet you're going to bite, to be clear, I just want to lay this, the bullet you're going to bite is that a newborn baby isn't having a conscious experience.
Yes.
It has no consciousness.
To a major extent, yeah, not to the extent that we do, yes.
And you think that because you think that I'm defining consciousness as, or you think that we conceptualize consciousness as intelligence or ability to understand things.
Well, I think it's the ability to understand that you are in this world and to like look at yourself from an outside perspective.
Do you believe that a baby can see? Can it see its surroundings?
I mean, they're usually like a little bit blind at first for the first week or two, and eventually they open their eyes.
A little bit blind.
See their
implying that it can see something.
Not blind.
Can it see? Can it hear? Can it perceive things?
Yeah, exactly.
How could it perceive things if it's not conscious? Consciousness is a prerequisite to be able to fathom perceptions.
Well, a pig can perceive things. A pig can see. A pig can hear.
I didn't say a pig is not having some conscious experience. I said it's not having a human conscious experience.
But what
a pig is definitely having a conscious experience, but it's having a baby conscious experience that I don't care about.
If you were to look at a baby in and of itself, a pig is going to be a lot more conscious than a baby. It's going to know a lot more about its surroundings.
I'm not measuring degrees of consciousness. I'm measuring, do you have a human conscious experience or do you not? Are you a human being that is capable of perceiving?
But do you think a pig has a greater conscious experience than a baby?
How would we measure the conscious experience between two different species?
I mean, it's a very difficult subject.
What's it like? Let me ask you, what is it like to perceive the world through sonar?
Through sonar.
Yeah. Through if your eyes were removed from your head, you couldn't see anymore, and all your perception was based on sonar. What's that like?
I mean, I would be listening for frequency sounds
describe it to me. What is it like?
I mean, I can't exactly tell you.
I know you can't describe it. That's the entire point.
I mean,
that's why you
can't
compare between species. We can't even begin. We can't even take step one into fathoming the consciousness of another being.
Consciousness is very questionable between zygotes, babies, whatever.
It's very questionable. There's a lot of thought on this, but the line, there's one pretty clear line. Can you have one or can you not have one? That's the line.
Can you not have what?
A conscious experience at all. If you don't have the brain parts necessary to even do it, if you can't even get to step one, then I know you don't have a conscious experience.
A baby doesn't exactly have that strong of a conscious experience. I mean, we could go back and forth on this for a while.
We could go back and forth on this because you keep trying to appeal to like the strength of it. Like, are you having a stronger conscious experience than some other being? But it's not a scale here. It's a binary. It's 0 or 1.
You're saying human or pig?
No, I'd say conscious or not.
Conscious or not?
Is your brain formed enough such that you could have one?
Do you think a pig is more conscious than a baby?
It's not a scale. It's not.
So you're saying it's different? Pig consciousness versus human consciousness?
Yes, it's very different.
Okay.
You know why I know it's very different?
What?
I can tell you what it's like to be a human being.
But can you tell me what it's like to be a human baby? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember what it's like to be a human baby. If I could speak at the time, if I could form words and tell you, I would have loved to have told you, but couldn't do it.
Okay.
But again, you're measuring intelligence. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, let me bring up another thing, right?
I gotta ask one more clarifier.
Yeah.
If just having this conversation, hearing the way you like are trying to tackle the consciousness, do you think like there should be like an intelligence limit on human beings? Like if we can't measure your IQ over a certain number, we just execute you? No. You're placing a lot of importance on that
I
intelligence
said the
part.
word intelligence one time, and you kept on using that as my definition for consciousness,
I think
even
you
though
said
I corrected
intelligence
myself
quite a
right
few
after.
times.
But also, I wanted to bring up something. If you saw in the newspaper that a 35-year-old man died in a car crash, you wouldn't give a crap, most likely. Like, to be honest, I wouldn't really care too much unless I knew the man. If you saw that a 1-year-old baby died in a car crash, you'd be a little bit sad. You're like, dang, it had its whole life ahead of it, right?
No.
Really?
It's the same reaction both times.
It's the same.
Yeah, why would it not be the same?
Okay, old man dies in a nursing home. I'll just bring it to another extreme. Old man dies in a nursing home. Baby dies in a car crash. What's sadder?
What's sadder?
Yeah, well, like, what is sadder for you? What is, like, the greater
It's
moral
probably going
loss?
to be the baby, but it's not sadder because they're morally inequivalent. That has nothing to do. The like moral equivalency between these two beings is the same in my mind. The sadness is there's some intuitive thing that's happening inside of inside of a human being.
Outside of looking outside of like our baby fever.
Yeah,
like,
but that's part of like what we use for what is moral or immoral is the like intuitive aspect of like what hurts our feelings, what makes us sad, what makes us angry. Like this is all part of how we come to conclusions about what is or is not moral. Because we're trying to design a society that fits humans' subconscious experience or subjective experience, sorry.
oh no, baby died, like looking at dead baby.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like,
that's where the sadness comes
Don't
from.
you
It's that
think that's
intuitive
a-
feeling of like, not a baby. There's sweet little innocent thing can't defend itself and it dies for no reason.
don't you think it's a greater moral loss for a baby to lose 85 years of life that it had ahead of it instead of an old man that died who was 85 years old already? Isn't that a greater moral loss?
There is a greater moral loss? No.
No.
Those two beings are morally equivalent creatures. I don't have. There's no. It's not a greater moral
but
loss.
what's the larger moral
it's more
loss,
when
though?
you're appealing to, like I think what you're trying to get at is like, just does it make you innately sadder?
I mean,
and it does
like,
make you
my
innately sadder.
whole thing, right, with me being pro-life, a lot of pro-life people will say, oh, it has a heartbeat, it can feel pain. That's retarded because the chicken can feel pain and chicken has a heartbeat.
Yep.
The main reason I'm pro-life, and pretty much the only reason, is because the fetus has an entire life ahead of it. That is why I'm extremely pro-life. But I mean, we're just going to go back and forth a bit. But also I want to talk about with birth control, there's terrible side effects. Birth control turns a lot of young women gay and retarded. Like, it's actually ridiculous.
Yep.
That birth control is the
turns
reason
women gay
why
and
divorce
retarded.
rates are so high nowadays.
Do you think that there's any positives to birth control?
I don't think there's any positives.
turns
I mean,
women
yeah, you could say,
gay
oh,
and
some woman has a
retarded.
disease
What
that acts
good
up when
one,
her
bro.
hormones are high. But
Good
as it is not a net positive. It is a net negative.
What about economically?
What?
What about economically?
Economic, that's what you're worried about? What?
No, it's not what I'm worried about. I'm trying to see if you'll grant one good thing.
No, I don't think so. Maybe in the short term, yes. Long term, no.
There's a long-term economic down, like
There's a short-term gain.
drawback.
There's a short-term economic gain from birth control, but long-term, it's a terrible mistake.
So you don't find it to be a good thing that birth control would allow, that the existence of birth control would allow a woman to choose to delay having a family later in life and choose
No,
to go for a
I thi-
career or go to college and get more educated.
Go to college and get more educated for what? A job?
Yep.
Bro,
He doesn't want
bro,
women to work.
women working in the workplace and taking birth control and delaying their families is the reason why the United States has a birth rate of less than 2. We are below replacement levels.
Is your objection to birth control based on killing a baby, or is it based on you hate women? I don't know.
Well, it's also just like a logistical issue of the United States birth rate is below 2 births per woman, and women make up half.
Beat that argument, Tom. LOL.
Wait, are you? I thought you typed something in chat. I was looking for like what you said. I'm like, wait, what? I don't see an argument from you. You're saying beat his argument. Birth control makes women gay and stupid. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to stop that one. That's very true.
Half the population.
Thank you for the
That's a replacement rate of
$2.
less than 1. So with birth control, a big thing about it is that when a woman gets on birth control, it changes her hormones, and it obviously that's like the whole point. It changes what type of man that she finds attractive. So a lot of young women will get on birth control when they're in high school or something. They'll meet some guy who's like 5'8". He's a software dev or whatever.
Bro, somebody, okay, if you guys were here yesterday when I was arguing with Pisco for a while, somebody sent me like a bunch of screenshots of somebody named, I think, Missy, in his chat, who is just like nonstop fucking hating on me, dude. Does anybody know who this is? Like, what the fuck did I do to this person? Although, okay, that's right. Pisco's like audience is filled with Queeman and JSTLK fans, so I guess that makes sense. Did you see my comments about what is a woman or man and what is a chair? No, I'm working on them on the border for the panel right now. You are bald, pretty hateable. They're jealous of the cut, my guy. Yeah, I know. She wishes she was bald, bro. Yep. Something that I think Joe said in the comments yesterday is the only way to stop a bald guy with a gun is a hairy guy with a gun. So I think this guy would be able to stop me if I had a gun.
Ever in San Diego, and he's like, "Oh, he's so cute and fluffy."
Oh yeah, I saw that person when Mantis went in there. LOL. Yeah, Missy. A little sissy for sure. Is that her name, Missy? Did I say something else? I thought maybe I said something else. I had his chat up and I didn't like normally like his chat like you know all of the live and learn guys, like normally they all like me and like all of their mods every time I come in they're like, hey, saw this debate, like good job, blah blah blah. But yeah, this is one of the first times that I'm in his chat or talking to him, and I'm just getting like a bunch of hate from, I think it was 2 people that I remember seeing. Is this the right debate?
Okay, yeah, I'll say that.
No, this is not the right debate.
Okay, what could we?
Okay, well, never mind. I don't know what I clicked on a bunch of different videos while we were talking to try to see which one he reviewed my video in.
Okay, so let's say that we have her encouraging.
Fuck. Is this seriously? I thought I just clicked on 2 different videos. Why the fuck is it the same thing? Okay, it's this one.
It looks bad when you.
I think one thing that kind of frustrates me. So when Pisco says like it looks bad, this is bad, I just disagree with him. I just like objectively disagree with him. And when he does his debates, like it's just the thing. Like I don't like it. I don't like the way that he does his debates. Like I don't mind. One of the things that a lot of people have an issue with Pisco is how like pedantic he is. I like the pedantics. I like getting into the semantics. I like that shit. Like that's my fucking shit. So that's one of the like things that I like about Pisco is that he is very particular about the language that people use. But the optical process that he uses to debate, I just don't like it. Like I just don't like it. And the tactics that he uses, I just don't like him. Like half the time, whatever direction that he goes, almost every time I watch him, I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck he was thinking. Like this is a horrible direction to go. Like why not just actually make this argument and just have the whole thing done with from the beginning? But yeah, when he's like making the optical argument with me, I just disagree with him. I just think he's totally wrong. I agree that no. I agreed with that part. I know. I agreed with that part. I don't have an issue with that. One of the things that he was saying was, like, don't concede that liberals, the left commits more vandalism. And one thing I'll say is maybe I shouldn't have called it violence. Like when he said like my understanding of violence is that it includes force. Generally, he's right. I think that a lot of the studies will include left-wing vandalism as violence, but he's probably right. I probably could have just argued that they commit more vandalism, but not call it violence, and then say, but the right is more violent because they commit more murders, and then just go in that direction. But either way, the whole thing that he's saying, he's like, oh, but it's an optical L. How though? Like Rob Rob didn't even use that until his closing argument. He all of a sudden was like, well, Tom conceded the whole debate in his first argument. And he went first. So then right after, I'm like, first off, I didn't concede the argument because the debate was not who commits more individual acts of violence. The question was, who is more violent? And I'm the only one who made that case because I'm the only one here with data. I'm the only one here with studies. I'm the only one here who's read anything about this. Rob's just going on his fifis. He's just going on vibes. Like, I think that all was like a huge benefit to me. But the argument of like, yeah, I should have been more aggressive in the first half of the debate. I don't have it. Like, I totally agree with that. In the second half, I was more aggressive and I was pushing back more. I was asking him a lot more questions. I was asking him to like make the case for things. So like, I agree with that. I was not as aggressive as I should have been in the beginning. But the part that he's talking about on whether or not I should have like conceded that the left engages in more vandalism. Yeah, I just totally disagree with this. Like, I think that it worked out in my favor by doing that. And normally I think that it is harder if you have like if you're arguing a positive and the other person's arguing the negative. It's harder to argue the positive. 100%, that's harder. But in this case, we're both arguing a positive. So we were both like pushing on each other's point. Well, we're both pushing on each other's points. And so it didn't really matter all that much. He kind of made it sound as though I was staking a position and Rob wasn't. But that's not the case. Like, the whole me pushing Rob on the fact that he doesn't have any data, the whole fucking debate is because he has a positive position and he just can't make the case for it. So yeah, that's the like optical point that I'm talking about, where he's saying it just looks worse. I disagree. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, this person. I think this is them. Tom's feelings were hurt, but to be honest, he should take Pisco's advice. Pisco is a good debater. Okay, there we go. Be more assertive. Don't go with the flow. Don't just accept their terms. I didn't accept their terms. Like, I don't remember what the screenshot said, but it was shit about like why are we assuming Tom can read or something like that? Like shit like that. Is Tom one of these libs who would choose Trump over Hassan? Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. So that makes sense. If they're one of those fucking, like, progressives do not like me very much, and fair enough. I talk a lot of shit about progressives, so it's Pisco's an okay debater. Yeah, I think again, like there's a lot of like aspects of what he does that I like. But when it comes to the optics of his debates, I do not like them. It's not just that I don't like watching it. I don't like watching it either. I also would never like it. It would never be my thing. It would never fit my like personality or my debate style at all. But on top of that, I don't like watching it.
And they'll marry him, and then they'll get off birth control when they're 30 years old to finally have kids with this guy. And then when their hormone levels go back to their natural levels, they're going to find that 6'2" black Tyrone from high school attractive again. Then they're going to cheat on their husband. They're going to get a divorce. That's why the majority of divorces are initiated by women. It's because they're on birth control, because they're gay and retarded.
The thing that the entire scenario you just laid out, what was the moral wrong that occurred there?
Moral wrong with what?
In the scenario you laid out, what was the moral wrong that happened there?
Well, I mean, it's a moral wrong because it causes divorce, and divorce is just invalid in the first place. You can't exactly get a divorce. No-fault divorce is actually non-existent because you're still married to someone.
The divorce was the moral wrong? Like, that was the bad thing in that scenario?
Well, also, I'm just saying it's a huge logistical issue because we're dropping in birth rates. This is like from a...
Is the solution to dropping in birth rates, like, your whole argument for, like, oh, let's get rid of birth control so women can't delay having kids so they have more kids so we fix the birth rate. So the solution to declining birth rates is just to force women into having more kids, or what?
I'm under the staunch belief that women should get married at like 18 or 19 years old and pop out like 5 or 6 kids on average. If we live in such a great society, and also when women have kids when they're like older in their 30s and their 40s, a lot of them turn out retarded.
What you just like described, aren't you allowed to do that here?
Allowed to what?
Like leave high school, be 18 or 19, get married instantly, have 5 kids. Like, isn't that a thing you can do here?
In America?
In America, yeah.
That's what I want my daughters to do.
Yeah, you can do that, right?
I'm going to try to set them up with dates on the guys who are like in their early 20s or something.
But that's a thing you can choose to do if you want to. You can totally, yeah. There's nothing stopping you.
Yeah, people can choose to do that, but I'm talking about if it's a net good for America. Or if it's a net positive for America.
It might be a net positive for America for any wide variety of things to happen. That's not the question we're asking. Is it a thing you can choose to do?
Wait, how is it a positive thing for America for the birth rate to be below 2 births per woman?
How is it a positive thing?
How is it a positive thing? Yeah.
Did I say that?
You just said that birth control is a net positive.
I said birth control is net positive, but I'm not tying that to the birth rates in any way. I'm not saying it's a good thing for the birth rates to be low.
Yeah, so it doesn't mean that you think it's a net positive. This is the thing that a lot of people do, and I'll do it sometimes, like as a rhetorical tactic to say that, you know, MAGA is okay with less jobs in the United States. MAGA is okay with the economy starting to go down. MAGA is okay. Like, they're normally, it's not really that's like what you're choosing. In this case, if he says, yes, I'm choosing, or sorry, it's that you think it's a good thing, right? It's not that he thinks that this is a good thing to have a lower birth rate. It's that he's willing to choose personal freedom over having a lower birth rate. That, like, having a lower birth rate is an acceptable outcome if we get more personal freedom from it. This is, but I after listening and talking to Groypers so many times at this point, I truly think that they don't think of like choosing one thing over the other. Everything is a binary. Everything is like all the way this way, all the way that way, one or the other. It can't be like choosing one thing over the other. It's always just like, it's got to be this. This has to be the thing.
Thinking of population stuff, I'm trying to think of where I want to go because I know exactly where it's going to end up, and this is not
talking about like population pyramids.
This is supposed to be about immigration, but there are other ways to increase a society's population. It's collapsing.
Like
you can bring in more
people into America.
Yeah, because I know we're going to go straight to the Groyper stuff immediately.
That's what the Jews want, right? They want to lower the white birth rates, lower the white Asian birth rates.
Why would that necessarily entail lowering white birth rates at all? Why would that necessarily entail like bringing in more people from other countries? Why would that entail getting rid of white people? Why there's the same thing in your eyes?
I actually can't hear you.
I know you can't.
No, I can't.
Why?
I can't.
Why would bringing in people from other countries to supplement the population be like necessarily mean getting rid of white people? Why are those the same thing in your mind?
Like that is getting rid of white people?
Yes. Why are those the same?
Because when I say we have less than 2 kids per woman, the population will go down. Right? And then if you bring in a bunch of black and brown people
that are already American. Yeah, what I'm asking you is why are you making the connection in your mind that bringing in immigrants to supplement the birth rate and lowering the white population are the same thing?
Well, they're not exactly the same thing, but they're
Is America the only country on planet Earth with white people?
No, it's not. But look at Europe. You have a bunch of Muslims in France and the United Kingdom. It's going to shit because the Muslims are retarded and sexually violent.
Is America the United Kingdom?
No, it's not.
This is a thing that I don't know why you guys always do this stuff.
You just mentioned Europe, so that's why I mentioned Europe. Europe is going to shit too. The Jews are trying to replace the whites in Europe with a bunch of black and brown people who are retarded and sexually violent.
Honestly, bro, if the Jews are as smart as you think they are, maybe they should run the world. Maybe they've earned it. If they're smart as you seem to think they are.
Yeah, but the religion of Judaism is extremely evil based off of the Talmud, right? So when I say Judaism, I'm talking about the modern Judaism, not the Judaism of Christ, to be specific, right? I'm talking about the Talmud, right? They say Gentiles are animals, that even the best of us should be killed. And it's very obvious that Jews are pushing sexual degeneracy on the American people ever since the 60s and 70s. The CEO of almost every major porn company is Jewish.
Yes, the Jews are mind controlling women to take birth control. We get it.
What?
I said we get it. The Jews are mind controlling women to taking birth control. That's fine.
Yep. Yeah,
they're making them
there's
gay
this
and
thing
retarded,
my
yep.
friend made up here is that Jews don't like to push all this degeneracy on themselves because, they want to keep their populations high. But my friend said something really funny. She said, faggotry for thee, but not for me. So it's saying that they're trying to turn us gay, lower our birth rates. Everything that's being pushed, feminism, birth control,
I got you.
LGBTQ movement, abortion, is being pushed by Jewish people.
Not obfuscate on fucking Jew shit right now. Okay.
No Jewish discussion.
Go back to birth control.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Jews are the one pushing birth control
I don't
in
care.
the first place. Well, we got to look at the source of it, where it's coming from, and that's why they're doing it.
Okay, you can continue to live in your fantasy. I'm gonna say it again. If they're as smart as you think they are, they should rule us. Okay, they're better. They're more intelligent in every way.
people.
That seems to be what you care about, right? You care so much about intelligence. If they're that smart.
Yeah, I mean, it is a big thing, right? And like they're trying to replace us with all these black and brown people because they're a lot easier to control. Black and brown people, it's super easy to control them compared to white people or like lighter-skinned Asians. It's super easy to control them. So that's why they want them to fill up America, want them to fill up Western Europe. They're a lot easier to control. And then eventually they'll probably kill them off too. But I don't know what these evil Jews are up to nowadays.
Okay,
so yeah.
We're going back to birth control. We're doing it for the rest of this. Okay.
Yeah,
all right. I know you don't want
Let's
to.
wrap
Want
up
to
or
talk about
something.
Jews? Yeah. Quickly, do you actually, truly, legitimately find that a zygote and a full-grown person is the same in your mind, morally?
I believe they are morally the same.
And a big part of your logic for that is that killing or you think they're morally the same, and then that necessarily leads you to, if you kill a zygote in your body during pregnancy in your mind. I know you can't hear me. They're so fucking loud.
Alright, hand me your microphone.
Cancer. Yep.
Good boy. Okay, guys, I know my mother. I know I'm gay, but I swear my mom did not take birth control. Okay. I'll claim it. We're claiming that back. Liberals are claiming that back. This right here is our Republican opposition, Riley. That's her name, right? Okay. And this right here is our liberal opposition, Andrew. Woo! Good debate, guys.
That was it.
You did great.
Thank you.
All right, guys. For the next debate, let me just pull up my roster here. We have, on the Democrat side, Staxiums, and he will be debating on the Republican side, Kai. Right there. He's getting up. He's a grandpa.
How's it going? This is the right side.
I need more.
We should swap.
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
This is left wing, right wing.
This is who I told. If you guys were here yesterday, I was on a debate panel with Mojo, and Mojo was talking about the fact that he was looking for groypers to come onto some of his panels, and I told him, I said, I got a friend named Kai Clips who's a groyper debater that, if you're looking for groypers, Kai Clips will come on. And he's like, oh, I don't know Kai. Kai, for those who have been around a long time, they know Kai. People who have been in my community for a long time, we all know Kai very well. Kai Clips, he is a groyper. He has abhorrent beliefs, but he is such a nice guy. He really is. He's such a fucking nice guy, bro. He will sit there and compliment you the whole time. He'll keep telling you hey man, appreciate you being here. Hope you have a good day, bro. But in between this, he'll be talking about oh yeah, women they shouldn't have jobs. They should be staying home. They should be doing what they're told. What their husband says, and that's I think that they'd be happier that way. And he's got such. I'm so disappointed in Kai's development politically. Such a great personality. He really is. He is such a nice fucking guy. He's so likable. And it's just psychology doing its job. Yes, that is what it is. That's why a lot of people like Nick. A lot of people really like Nick. I am the opposite, I'll tell you. It is something that I've been working on over the last month. I am trying to be a more positive person, but my personality is the exact opposite. Pretty much every day I start stream by saying, hey, welcome. How's it going? How's y'all's day? Just kidding. I don't give a fuck how your day was. I don't know you people. You guys are a bunch of fucking screen names to me. Why the fuck do I care how your day was? My day was good though. My day was fucking awesome. Moving on. And just, I don't know. I'm kind of the exact opposite, but I'm working on it, okay? I'm working on it. Trying to be a more positive person. Trying to be a nice guy. Trying to be cool. I'm going to be a cool person one day when I grow up.
Makes sense, right? Oh, it's left for you guys. That's true.
We're off
I
to a
only see
great
things from
start.
my eyes. That's true.
I need a new suit. I was 20 pounds lighter before the mission, but what's going on? Hey.
How's it going? Do we want to? So yeah, it's about left-wing violence versus right-wing violence.
Yes. I want to say, what an anti-Semitic debate that last one
that was fucked.
That was crazy.
If you start blaming the Jews, I'm leaving. By the way, like that's fucked. That was fucked.
So if you guys don't know, this guy here, he's from Unfuck America Tour. He is the one who was talking to Charlie Kirk when Charlie Kirk got shot. He is the person who was standing there speaking to Charlie Kirk about gun violence when Charlie Kirk was shot. And he was also the person who went up to Erica Kirk at the CBS interview recently and asked her about Donald Trump's rhetoric, that after she forgave the shooter and that she was like doing the right thing and saying the right things to kind of bring down the tone of political animosity in the country after Charlie Kirk's death, how did she feel about Donald Trump immediately coming up and talking about hate, talking about how much he hates his enemies, he hates the left, that he's been justifying violence from the right and saying that when the right does violence, it's because they want good things. When the left does violence, it's because they're evil. Like, how does she feel about this? She didn't give an answer. She didn't answer. She kind of avoided the entire thing and just said, like, you know, I think people should do good things and not do bad things. Pretty much all she said. Like, it was, but yes, he is the one who asked her that question as well.
But yeah, I do want to start out the debate. I just want to throw out a number real quick. It was kind of crazy. I was doing a lot of prep for the debate, and one of the numbers that came up the most was, or that interested me the most, was that 4% of Americans are encourage violence or are okay with political violence. But if you ask Democrats, they think that 40% of Republicans think that, and if you ask Republicans, they think 40% of Democrats think that. So I do think it's notable that, like, honestly, in this crowd, we're all fucking cool with debate. We want to have conversations. We don't want to lead to any sort of violence or anything like that. And I think that that's a little bit bipartisan. So I just want to be like, I want to appreciate that most people don't think this shit. But we are talking about violence here. Yeah. You want to start?
Yeah, well, I'll do kind of my opening statement. I do want to thank you. You know, you shook my hand. Most of the people here have, whether they're here for me or for you or whatever. I really appreciate that. It is nice. And I'm seeing people that I, came up with on political TikTok. And, unfortunately, Soypill was not willing to shake my hand, and I don't think that does anything to improve the political relations of anybody here. But I will say you're obviously familiar with the same statistics, and I'm sure we'll get into the statistics in this body of research. They suck. All of the there's a ton of methodological flaws, both on the right and the left, when trying to kind of figure out what the perspectives are about violence. And so I think it's actually important to look at trends. But I will say, because you've seen the same data, that there is this kind of gradient that exists regarding very progressive people and the way that they feel concerning, and this is the particular language, right, of some of these studies, punching Nazis. I think that's where the conversation has to take place.
Oh, bruh. I just improved the fucking shit out of this border. This border's shit has been improved. Look at that. Fuck. Can we get this out of the fucking way? Thank you. Look at that. Look how nice that is. Isn't that so much nicer? This is what it looked like. Oh, what the fuck? What is this? Why did it do that? What are you doing, step bro? So doesn't that look better? This is the new version. This up here is the old version. The corners are too sharp. You think they should be rounded more? Like that? I just made it less thick for some reason. I was having trouble making it look golden, because when you try to make something look golden, you really need like shining parts and dull parts, and like you need glare, and so it's hard to make it look golden. It's making things look any sort of like metal or shiny or something. It's a little hard to do, but I think I did it. I think I did it. I mean, as you can see with a lot of the people's names in chat, they have their little gold emblems next to their names. The Foolery logo is in gold, and I made those look pretty shiny as well. So I prefer less thick and rounded. So it's not about taste. I do like thinner. But this one right here, I have issues with this one because I have a minimal amount of space. So when I'm moving something like this and I'm trying to get it in that little slot, because these corners are not rounded on OBS, these are very rigid. It's hard to get it right in the little area where it's gonna fit, because the more rounded it is, the less room you have. So it's harder to deal with. And when I'm setting up these panels, I have to do the shit fast. I gotta be fast with how quickly I get like everybody in there. And so I just need to have a thicker border so that I don't have to take a long period of time.
It's about the language we use.
That's fine. I'm happy to. So I will say, and I hope that you'll concede it, the vast majority of studies do say that like the ratio between left to right wing violence is about 10 to 1. So and like we can skip the studies as long as you can see that's what the studies say, and then we can go to rhetoric. I'm fine with that.
I'm going to frame like I'm almost willing to concede it, but it's like 10 of my friends say that they agree with me. It's like you have to look at every single one of these studies. I don't want to bore the audience, but there are studies that are absolutely flawed in their methodology. There's studies that include domestic violence committed by people who at one time had right-wing associations. Many of these studies don't even include property destruction. They don't include the burning of Teslas around the country. Every single one of these studies has methodological flaws or is working with a sample size that has been cooked too small to be statistically significant.
So wait, hold on. To be clear, I want to take that step by step. First off, a sample size doesn't include in this because we're not polling people. We're looking at lethalities, which you don't need a sample size for. We're just looking at which specific incidences there were. And wait, hold on real quick.
That's correct, 100%. The sample size does not matter. It does not matter in these, whether or not how many you have. If there's only 2 violent political crimes committed that year, what do you mean sample size? You just need 2. Like that's all that was committed. Like that's it. That's the end of it. It's just 2.
Agree that the stats that I'm using are ignoring things like arson and property damage. I concede that for sure. But I think when it comes to actual murders, which I think is what we're talking about here when we're talking about violence, right?
I disagree. I disagree with your frame.
Okay, well then here's what I'll say. I'll concede that left-wing people tend to burn more buildings, but right-wing people tend to murder people, and that to me feels more.
Wow, I can't believe you conceded that. Why would you concede that? It's so ridiculous. Who in their right mind?
More egregious. And if we want to have conversations about burning down buildings, we shouldn't be doing that. I agree with that. But I would so much rather rather be talking to a left-wing person who burns down a building than a right-wing person who thinks it's okay to murder people.
Yeah. This is literally the fucking argument that I made. This is why he was saying, like, well, it sounds like you're justifying this. I didn't justify it. I said that, like, if I have to choose between people murdering folks and people engaging in property destruction, I'm gonna choose the property destruction every fucking time. They're like, this is just the better form of fucking political violence.
Yeah, well, I think, again, this goes to the way that we're assembling this data. Obviously, we know that there are left-wing people who are okay with murdering people, or at the very least are okay dismissing or tolerating it. And the use of the language, and I get this a lot because I'm LDS, right? The typical retort is like, oh, it was really sad what happened in Grand Blanche, Michigan, But we should remember that Mormons aren't Christians. This is what the left does with political violence, like around Charlie Kirk. This is what happened. Well, it's really bad that
that's not what you're talking about. You're not talking about like Charlie Kirk. You're not talking about what people should have said with Charlie Kirk. You're talking about who commits more fucking violence. Like, that's a cool story and all, but it's not in the least relevant to what you're supposed to be talking about here. What the fuck is this?
Happen, but what that is an effort to strip you of your human empathy. And if I'm not in support of red flag laws, but if you want to talk about something that is a red flag, it is a lack of empathy for suffering and loss. I'm not here to police everybody and say you can't make jokes about Charlie Kirk. I've made jokes about Charlie Kirk. I sing the song "You've All Got the Lighters," which suspiciously has 2 lightning bolts on it. I don't know what the dog whistle was there.
Ooh.
I thought this was a left-wing event, but I do believe that there's more desensitization or
this
tolerance.
is unironically an attack against Z. Like, not even kidding. This is a real attack against Z from some of the lefties who were upset with her for using what was it? What did they say she did again? She used fuck, what was the term? It was shit. I'm totally blanking on what it was they said. I can see where Pisco is coming from in the don't concede and make them prove it. I think if the numbers are clear, it's fine to concede the vandalism argument myself. So my idea is, as I said, I don't even want to have that argument. If instead of them pushing me to where eventually I might end up conceding that the left does more vandalism, or they keep naming a bunch of different instances of the right or the left engaging in vandalism, BLM and the Teslas and this and that and the I don't have any examples of the right engaging in vandalism. I don't have any. So if what I'm supposed to do is tell him, yeah, you prove that the left engages in more vandalism, and then he goes, okay, well, let's just think about it for a second. We have this riot in Portland. We have this riot in Atlanta. We have this riot in Detroit. We have this riot in LA. We have another riot in LA. We have this riot in New York. All of these are committed by the left. We have these Teslas that are being burned. We have these Teslas that are being keyed. We have that, and he's just listing off a ton of shit for where the left engages in vandalism. And then he's like, okay, now you go. Name some examples of the right engaging in property destruction. It's like, I don't have any. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this. I do not want to sit there and have to allow him to just list off all of the fucking times that the left rioted. I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't want to have to try to fucking defend this. I don't want to have to try to make it sound like the right does more, because I don't have a single fucking example of the right doing this. So yeah, I would never. I can't understand how I would be better off doing that. Where instead I can just concede it, move on, and that's what we did. We did not ever have to deal with just vandalism. At any point, he never brought us back to that. He never came back and is like, we should really talk about the vandalism. Like, we never did that. At any point, we were able to just throw that away because I conceded it early and just focus on the right does all the fucking murders. And the whole time, that's all we talk about is the right engaging in murders, because that to me is just a much better position to be in.
Of violence, like look even back to Richard Spencer. How many people do you know that condemned the punching of Richard Spencer? That's a clip.
Hold on. First off.
Yeah.
We should be really, really careful about because I would love to talk about rhetoric.
Yes.
I do think every incident that you're looking at are losers online and not political candidates, not the people.
Why does that matter?
Why does that matter?
Which political
Wait,
candidate committed the murders?
Which political candidate endorses or doesn't condemn the murders? That's what I'm interested in. Hold on, wait.
Which one doesn't? Which one doesn't?
Can I say that? Can I say this?
Yes, which one doesn't?
Wait, neither of them do. Which political candidate murdered people? Obviously
No.
none.
I'm not talking about the murders now. Which one condemns it?
Which one condemns it?
Which political candidate is condemning the violence? Like which right-wing to frame it?
Democratic lawmaker, but not Donald Trump. That's my point.
That's
Wait,
incorrect.
hold on. I'm going to give some examples. Okay. So first off, Cesar Sayoc. I don't know if you guys know who this is. He was a Trump supporter in 2017 who mailed 16 pipe bombs to his supporters. And when asked about it, Donald Trump said, "There's no blame. I don't blame myself. I don't blame anyone else." And to me, I find that abhorrent. I don't think that that's okay for our lawmakers to be making statements like that. Now, you will point to people who are maybe even in this audience, maybe people that we know, who are endorsing or making light of Charlie's murder, but you won't find that from Democratic lawmakers, but I will find that from the President of the United States, and I think that difference is pretty stark.
So I think it's interesting, but with the case of the President of the United States, if we're both going to address the arguments that neither has made, which I think is okay, it shows that we're both thinking about each other's arguments, and I like that. The President of the United States, in the thing that is often referenced by leftists to be the most violent case.
If we're both going to make arguments against things that the other one never said, that's great because we're both thinking about each other's arguments. He's too fucking good, bro. He's too good. He's too fucking good, bro. What the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck is that? Who says something like that? This is like it's like a backhanded compliment. This is something that I used to do a lot. It's something that I would literally like study, was fucking backhanded compliments, where I would try really hard to like throw in a lot of like backhanded compliments towards the other person and get him with shit. Like that is fucking hilarious, bro.
Of right-wing extremism in recent history, the January 6th protests, the president, not, a week later, is coming out saying that it was abhorrent, that he condemns it outright, that violence had no place in public policy. And look, there were pardons. There were presidential pardons.
Towards those violent extremists.
You're correct.
Towards 600, 600 people who were convicted of assault of a cop.
And you know what's
pardoned by Donald Trump.
And you know what's interesting? Even all of the pardons that Trump has done to date do not reach half of those done by President Biden, which are 4,000 in number.
But not violent offenders.
How do you know? Have you looked at every case of the 4,000?
Hold on. First off, we got to get, because you talked about Trump's rhetoric around January 6th, and you're saying he's condemning it.
He condemned it outright.
Now,
yes,
I do agree that you can pull specific clips where he is condemning what happened on January 6th, but we also find clips of him saying, "I don't fucking care if they have guns.
Well,
they're not here to shoot me."
Let's not say the F word, but I appreciate it.
Okay.
I'm in the wrong tour for this, I know, but...
Okay, yeah. Well, sorry, that was the President of the United States. He did say the F word, so I think it's okay to quote the President.
That's one of the worst things he's done.
Say the F word?
Yeah.
Wow.
There are several, but it's up there.
All right. So, look, Donald Trump was on record. A journalist was there to document him saying, "I don't care. I don't effing care that they have guns. They're not here to shoot me." Now, yes, he also condemns the violence once people start rallying against him and say, "Hey, you got to condemn what happened." But I want a president, and I expect from a president, to be 100% peaceful, not just 75, 50, wherever the percentage may be.
I mean, look, if the standard is that the politicians are only condemning violence once people start pressuring them to do it, when are we going to get after Barack Obama? When are we going to get after events that eventually lead to the shooting of congressmen in baseball fields? When are we going to get to the fact that $2 billion of property damage are caused because of rhetoric regarding systemic racism in this country?
Okay,
and when are we going to get to the fact that calling a person a fascist is actually absolutely going to enable people who think that punching a Nazi is okay?
Okay, wait, hold on. You said a lot of things. I'm going to break them down slowly.
Okay.
First off, the shooting of the baseball field, right?
Yes.
You're talking about the Bernie Sanders supporter.
Yes.
The next day, Bernie Sanders said, "I do not support this man. I am so sorry that happened. If any of you guys are in my field, I want you guys out. We support peace here."
That sounds like what Trump said. You're just not admitting that a politician...
Hold on. Okay. The next day after Paul Pelosi was hammered to death, he joked about it, and his son is saying, "This is my next Halloween costume," and it was underwear and a hammer. Now, I want to condemn the people who were Charlie Kirk for Halloween and had blood and thought that was funny. That's fucked. That's gross.
Well, F word again,
that's
but
gross. Sorry, that's effed. That's effed.
So far, Tom is my highest ranked speech advocate, ironically. Ironically? Or unironically? Wait, what? What does that even mean? Your highest ranked speech advocate. And what does that mean ironically? And what does it mean to be highest ranked? And what do you mean by Tom?
Is that okay?
And look,
no, wait, hold on.
That's okay. That's
but
okay.
we should also be looking at the son of the president and the president himself, who joke about this same incident when it's the husband of Nancy Pelosi. I don't find that okay. And it was one of his supporters. And I think, by the way, when one of the biggest things that we talk about when it comes to violence, the way to the way to prevent violence is by condemning it, because we don't want the person to feel like a hero, and we want to make sure that everyone else is able to rally and work with law enforcement, and that can't happen if the top-down structure refuses to condemn the violence.
I can agree to some extent with that.
Yeah, see, check this out, dude. Isn't that pretty, dude? I agree. Like, I like the purple and pink and shit like that, but I'm for the panels, I'm testing out a different direction. I may end up going right back to all of the pink and blue and shit. Who knows? But testing out some other designs, and I'm starting off with backgrounds that I like, and then moving from there and building like aesthetics around the background. You're pretty, thank you. Yeah, it's not bisexual enough. Bro, Snow the other day told me that he actually thought that I was bisexual because I had bisexual lighting. This motherfucker thinks that people who have bisexual lighting are actually bisexual. That's what he literally thinks that that's what it means. Is that if you have bisexual lighting, he thinks it's like a representative of your pride in being bisexual.
Like, I personally think that, comments either made about Rob Schneider or other, I do think those are inappropriate. And I think, maybe not all the Republicans here agree with me, but I think there does have to be, less cruelty in the way that we exercise our political opinions. And
I was going to say, like, Nick Fuentes was very, very condemnatory of Trump for what it is that he said about Rob Reiner. And he was not happy with him. And Nick Fuentes hasn't been a fan of Trump for a while now. But this, to him, he was saying, like, we need, like, our politicians to have some decor
for a moment that we forget for a moment that we are in a war. Someone gets murdered by their son. It's a horrific tragedy. This is a horrible story. And nobody deserves that. I don't care what their politics are, what they said on the internet or on television. Nobody deserves to be murdered, stabbed to death with their wife by their own son, who they tried to help, and their best friend discovers the corpses. It's despicable. And it's despicable to make fun of that. And I do think that, look, somebody like George Bush passes away of old age at the very end, and you talk about his political legacy, that's one thing. Some guy, some producer, some civilian dies at the hands of his kid. It's such a grisly situation. It is objectively awful to make fun of that. Now, if Trump were actually doing what he promised to do, you could overlook the fact that he's a douchebag. You could overlook...
I told you earlier that Groypers are very binary in their thinking with a lot of things, that they never choose like one thing over another. They never value one thing a bit higher than how they value something else, unless it's convenient to do so. So like right here, it's convenient for him because he's very much like anti-Trump right now. So it's very convenient for him to like actually be nuanced in his thinking and value one aspect of something over another.
Look, the fact that he's vain, that he's a narcissist, that he's tactical but not strategic. You could overlook all these things if he was bringing home the goods. That was kind of the deal in 2016. You said, we don't love everything about Trump, but you know what? We're willing to accommodate. It's an acquired taste, but it's okay because he's doing all these other things. Well, what's actually the pitch now? We get nothing. We get no concessions. There are no deportations. We haven't ended one of the wars. We haven't remade the federal bureaucracy. And then he's a dick on top of it. Then it's all about his vanity and his own self-aggrandizement on top of it. What is the redeeming quality now? It's nothing. It's hollow. It's empty. So that's my take on the Rob Reiner stabbing. No one should be making fun of that. It's not funny. Who could honest to God look at that and laugh? Charlie Kirk, on the other hand, this is somebody who is my mortal enemy, who he was actively trying to suppress my career, ruin my life, all these things. He got shot by a political partisan. He wouldn't debate me, but he would debate the type of person that murdered him. Someone like me could have gotten on the show and said, well, I guess you should have debated me. I could have said some smart alecky thing. I wasn't even thinking that way because a young person got shot in public for basically no reason. And that's awful. It's awful that there are two fatherless kids. It's awful that this guy had a daughter who now has to live with this. Her brother.
Yeah, so like I said, Kai Clips is a Groiper, a Nick Fuentes follower. He's one of the more popular people. Is there a specific debate that we should go over? Is there another one that we should be getting to if I have limited time? I have limited time, so if there is a specific debate that people want me to watch, now's the time, because otherwise I'm probably going to be getting off shortly.
Unfortunately, with the way that some of the ICE raids are done, I think, yes, the American people, they sent their mandate. They want ICE raids. They want deportations. But I don't think people want to see it. And I think oftentimes the Trump.
That's what I'm planning on doing, Kyle. I'm planning on kind of changing it in some ways.
Trump presidency or the admin is doing things in a way that is not conducive to actually achieving what they want and actually encourages the left. That being said, the left is absolutely being encouraged. They are fighting off the very police that you're talking about. And if we're looking at who is maybe more dismissive of violence, or if the right or the left is more violent, the right is absolutely taking a law and order type approach. And you might disagree. You might say that, well, Trump pardoned a bunch of criminals. Joseph Biden literally pardoned 2 times as many either commutations or pardons during his last presidency.
You have to look.
First off, that's not true. So year to year, Biden, I think, averaged a total number of I think 80 pardons per year. So I don't even think he got to 1,000. Donald Trump, just with the January 6ers alone, did 1,600. How many people did Joe Biden pardon in 4 years? Oh, this is 4,245. Okay. Biden issued 80 pardons. Okay. So 80 pardons. Okay. And then 4,165 commutations. For a total of 4,000. Okay. How many pardons and commutations did Trump give in his first presidency?
According to Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, during his tenure as the 45th President of the United States, January 20, 2017 to January 20, 2021, Donald Trump granted executive clemency to 237 individuals in his first term, all of whom were charged or convicted of federal criminal offenses.
Okay. So 237 in his first term. He's close to 2,000 in this term. In just the first year of this term. I think it's like 1,700 or something like that right now. How many pardons and commutations has Trump given in this term?
According to Wikipedia, the free encyclopedia, list of people granted executive clemency in the second Trump presidency. In his role as the 47th President of the United States, January 20, 2025 present, Donald Trump granted executive clemency to more than 1,600 individuals as of July 23, 2025, all of whom were charged or convicted of federal criminal offenses.
You can only give it to people charged with federal offenses. That's kind of a pointless thing to add to the end. They have to be. I'm kind of digging the color. Yeah, I like the gold and blue. Okay, so nobody has a specific debate that they want me to go over. I'm trying to like scroll through and look, but it's not giving me a preview. So I don't have any way of like seeing what else is there.
Look at what specific.
You can't pardon someone charged with a local offense. No, because the federal government is like the president is over the executive branch. The DOJ is part of the executive branch. The DOJ is the federal Department of Justice that is convicting these people to federal crimes. So only the president, who's over the federal branch, over the federal, the DOJ, he is able to give people pardons for federal crimes because that's his division, right? That's what he's in charge of. State charges, they're not in charge of that shit, which is why Donald Trump getting charged with state crimes instead of federal crimes was a pretty big deal, because he cannot pardon himself for any of the state crimes that he was charged with. So why does Grindr keep crashing anytime a large group of conservatives are together? Shut up.
Specifically he pardoned. Now, a huge, I would say the plurality.
Are you willing to go out and defend the 4,000 pardons and commutations?
No, I'll defend the plurality of them, though. And the plurality of those pardons were drug offenders, were federal marijuana users or distributors. Now, I don't think that they should be. I think that it's fine to pardon those people and say, look, it's pot, okay? It's pot. We could chill a little bit. Okay. Now, I think there's a difference between that and someone like Ross Ulbricht, who Donald Trump Trump pardoned, who was the leader of the biggest black market in America and was convicted for 40 years because of smuggling children and smuggling dark, really like Schedule 3 drugs. I forgot the schedule.
Well,
whatever
if
the
it's
highest
marijuana
one
now,
is.
it is Schedule 3, and I think that's a problem.
Whatever the
but
highest
if you
one
want to go after, marijuana uses, maybe you're on Trump's side regarding the reclassification of marijuana. Maybe you come off as the Trump supporter.
Sorry.
But yeah, that is like one thing that Trump has gotten right. Okay, good job. Trump's right about one thing. Well done, buddy. Well done. You guys are doing great. You're really on a roll over there.
Some things that Trump does that are okay. Yeah, for sure. When it comes to...
And for me, there are some things that Trump does that are not okay. But I think it is ridiculous, this framing that, look, I know the name of this individual who, was a non-violent drug offender that was pardoned by President Biden.
Yeah.
I can defend the plurality of the January 6th protesters. Not every single case, obviously.
600 out of those 2,000 were convicted of assaults of a police officer.
I think that there is obviously something that needs to be analyzed in every single one of those cases, and unfortunately, and I'll concede this, I don't have the time to look over every single case, but I'm also not naive enough to believe that this was not an extraordinary event that had an extraordinary amount of prosecutorial pressure, because it was an attempt to make an example out of something, and that, in my opinion, is not the way our justice system is supposed to work.
To me, I think that storming a political capital and assaulting law enforcement does need some punishment, and I'm happy to hear that you're a little bit more soft on crime than I am. I think that's a totally acceptable position.
Unless they sell drugs, then it's worse.
Sorry, unless they sell pot. Can we be
pot?
I was about to say, aren't you just promoting that Trump is softer on weed crimes?
Pot is the #1 gateway drug.
Oh my God!
It absolutely is.
Okay, you're not going to get the crowd on this one. The vast majority
of people... I'll get any of them that aren't smoked out, that haven't been smoking that sticky green stuff.
We could chill a little bit. We could do a little slap on the wrist. But the idea that people were in federal prison for marijuana charges, that's what you're comparing against the January 6th protesters, is insane.
No, I think. Look, let's get back to kind of the idea of the debate, right? And again, this is not a referendum on Trump's January 6th policy. Although I think it is important to mention that he, like every single politician, when they are pushed to condemn the violence, like mass violence that occurred, he did condemn it. And I don't think that's something that's mentioned oftentimes by leftists. But the posturing of these parties, the rhetoric that has occurred, I don't think you can divorce the results that we've seen in recent years, either against, what do you think has led to the attacks on ICE? on Border Patrol.
Sure.
What do you think has led to those attacks?
No, of course. Well, I would say what leads to those attacks, and I'm not condoning those attacks, by the way, but what leads to the attacks is the infringement of due process, and also the consistent grabbing of U.S. citizens. The New Yorker did a piece where they went into an ICE facility and they found 170 U.S. citizens there. Now, I think that's fucked, and I think most people. Oh,
F
sorry,
word again.
I'm sorry, Kai. I'm trying to work with
It's
you.
okay,
I'm trying to
it's
work
okay, I
with
appreciate
you.
it.
That is effed. That is messed up.
Let's go.
Okay.
That is fetched up.
I grew up around Mormons. I grew up Mormon myself. I get
Let's go.
my mom's the same way. She's
Greatest ally.
she's on your side during this debate.
Let's go. We love you, Mom.
Yeah, sorry. That's what was I saying? Was
I
messed
think
up.
we're talking a little bit about the rhetoric, right? And I want you to address that point. The rhetoric surrounding punching Nazis.
I agree. I think that's messed up.
Okay, here's the problem. In this debate, and in many of these debates, and it's happened a lot in Jubilee debates.
No, you got to take it back to politicians and leaders are not doing this. We got to take it back. The politicians and the leaders are not doing this. The Democrat politicians, AOC is not out there telling people to punch a Nazi. Like Joe Biden was never out there telling people to punch a Nazi. Kamala Harris was never out there telling people to punch a Nazi. It's just not, it's not a thing that is happening in the Democrat Party. And we're complaining about what it is that Trump is doing. And so to keep complaining about what it is that some kid, 15-year-old on TikTok is saying is bullshit when we're talking about what it is that the president is doing.
The left never needs to stake a claim. The left can say, well, I actually don't support Joseph Biden, pardoning his son, or I don't support all of his presidential pardons, but you, as a Trump supporter, have to support all of the presidential pardons of the right.
Sorry, where is Biden's rhetoric ever been conducive to punching Nazis? Find one time where he said we should punch Nazis.
Okay, hold on. There's a conflation.
But wait. I could point out that Donald Trump has said, knock the crap out of him to protesters at his rally. And then he said, I'll pay the legal fines for those who do. And I feel like that rhetoric is different.
Okay, here's the problem. There's an obfuscation of the guilt, and there's this minimization of, and a complete removing of context. Why is it, do you think, that because it is true, right-wing people have referred to their political adversaries as being like the Nazis or being like Hitler. Why do you think it is that right-wing people never punch Nazis?
Why is it? Wait, sorry. Say that one.
If being a Nazi is such a bad thing, when a right-winger calls a leftist a Nazi, why is there not an influx of violence against the supposed Nazis? It's because people implicitly understand what is being said by the politician is, it carries a weight that is also perceived culturally. In this sense, there is a cultural perception of right-wingers as Nazis and fascists that simply does not occur on the left. In that same way, when Trump says to his, I'm responding to your point.
Donald Trump has called multiple people fascists.
Yeah, no, this is the point I'm proving.
Okay, go ahead.
Has anybody ever punched somebody because Donald Trump told them that they were a fascist?
No, but Caesar Sayok
because
mailed
nobody
16
believes it.
pipe bombs because of it.
Where? At the RNC and the DNC.
What?
At both the RNC and DNC.
No, it was not. It was towards Nancy Pelosi. A number of
No. He is correct. It was at the RNC and the DNC. Oh, wait. That's right. Okay. They're talking about two different pipe bombers. The one who did the pipe bombs at the RNC and the DNC was a different person. There was another person who sent pipe bombs to Obama, to Pelosi, to Kamala Harris, to Biden, to AOC, to every major Democratic politician. They literally sent pipe bombs to these people. So yes, he is correct.
Journalists that were critical of
Wait, hold on. Which
Trump.
page are you talking about?
Even if you want to do the RNC DNC one, the guy who did it on January 6th, that's a great example as well, because that guy sent pipe bombs to the RNC and the DNC because Donald Trump was telling everybody that both the Republicans and the Democrats were in the middle of stealing the election from him. He said both Republicans and Democrats were inside the Capitol colluding to steal the election from him. So yeah, that's still an example that's on our side, regardless of which pipe bomber you want to go with.
Caesar Sayok.
When?
2017, I want to say, 2018 maybe?
Okay, I'm thinking about the January 6 pipe bombs. I'm thinking about a different deal.
Okay.
Because I was going to say the motives of that individual, they're very much more up in the air. Bombs were supplied to both sides, right? But look, it's like these situations, I think it's baffling. You just can't think of an example, and I don't even conceive of it because it's so ridiculous that somebody who's being told that the Democrats are the real fascists are going out and punching Democrats like Hassan Piker or somebody.
Yeah, well, so while I don't agree, and this is one of the things that I said during my Rob Dorn debate, is while I don't agree with the idea of saying punch a Nazi, I think that this is wrong. I think it's bad to advocate for people to just go out and assault people based on their subjective idea of what a Nazi is. I also think that it's blatantly obvious that when we call people fascists and Nazis, it seems pretty clear people believe us when we say it. They don't believe them when they say it. That is the fucking difference. Is when we say it, that's his problem. That is his issue right now. That's what he's complaining about. Is that he's just mad that when we call them Nazis, people actually believe us. And there's a reason for that.
Because they're the real Nazis.
I don't
Nobody buys that.
Hold
Nobody believes it.
on. We got to break this down a little bit slowly.
Okay.
First off, I don't think it's conducive at all to say that we should punch Nazis. I do think
because it happens.
Personally, I think that Donald Trump's a fascist and a lot of his Trump supporters are fascists. But I believe in debate. I believe in conversation, and I don't think that we should punch fascists, even though I do believe that they believe in some fascist ideologies. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So I condemn all of those people who say that we should respond in violence. I don't think that that's the answer. I think that it ruins what a democracy is built on. It ruins what America's built on.
Here's the problem: is you're saying that Donald Trump is a fascist to a group of 40% of strong progressives who believe it is okay to punch fascists and Nazis.
Sorry, 4%, not 40. 4%.
No, hold on. It's you have to look at these different studies.
Sorry,
they're different studies.
Nazis? Okay,
to
sure.
punch Nazis.
Sure.
I'm not talking about violent extremism. I'm speaking specifically about your terminology.
So then a real question. If you let's say you, how am I supposed to act when the Trump administration is doing things that are a little fascistic to call them fascist, but also not engage in violence? How do I walk that line? Because if you have a better answer, I'd love to walk that line. I will condemn anyone who thinks that it's okay to punch Nazis, anyone who thinks it's okay to commit violence, but I also don't know how to say, well, this person is a fascist. He is enabling the Supreme Court to give him immunity on total immunity. I find, like, what else should I be calling that? How else can I engage in that?
Yeah, I mean, I think obviously it's very difficult to dismantle it because this perception has been built up by the media, by Hollywood, by politicians, by plenty of people over decades. This is something that goes all the way back to the aftermath of World War II, where you have perspectives, either, the tenets of fascism that are supported by Umberto Eco, or the ones that are outlined in Secular Humanism, the magazine, the 14 tenets of fascism, which very frequently concern things that are just simply right-wing in their nature. Things like a traditional mentality towards gender roles. Things like the idea that the state does not need to be libertarian. All of these things begin finding themselves as part of an authoritarian personality. The exact thing that is being deemed a gateway to violent extremism by becoming Nazism. And it is a way of dismantling the right wing. I think that's the problem.
That's a thing that I think you really need to, it's a hard conversation to be had, because you're like, Umberto Eco's, his 14 tenets of fascism, it does outline some conservative values in there, for sure. Now, here's the thing. Maybe we should be, I don't know how else to acknowledge that maybe some conservatism.
Nah, this is fallacious, because when it comes to like what a concept is, the concept existing does not mean that that is the entire concept. That like whatever the concept is. So like if I'm saying fascism is, these 5 different things, and then they say, wait, but one of those things isn't even bad. So, okay. So like we're not talking about that one thing. We're talking about all 5 of these things. So I don't care about that one thing. That one thing is not the concept. This is what what's his name? This is what Adam did in our debate, where he kept saying, like, I would name off like 20 different things and say like, this is what I think fascism is, and he'd be like, wait, did you say nationalism? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, is nationalism inherently bad? No, I didn't say it was. We're not. It doesn't have to be inherently bad. We're just talking about like what it is. Like, this is what the concept is. This is what it means to be a fascist. Like, if you don't think all of those things put together is bad, okay, you might be a fascist. But that's not That's not what we're talking about right now. I don't care if you're a fascist or whether or not you think it's good or bad. But he's saying that, like, oh, just calling these things conservative is what makes people think that now all conservatism is fascism. No, it's all of this stuff together. It's all of this put together that makes something fascism.
Does lead to fascism. That unfortunately these two ideologies are inherently tied to each other. Now, I'm not saying you have to be a conservative to be a fascist, or you have to be a fascist to be a conservative.
I think the problem is...
All right. Okay, guys, that is time. That was a fucking great debate. All right, guys. We have another debate coming up, and this one on the Republican side, we have Sarah Stock, who's going to be debating on the Democrat side, not so erudite. Yeah.
Oh, party foul!
All right. Should I start or should you?
Well, it's your claim, so maybe you can start by stating your claim.
Okay, so...
wait, really quick. Hey, guys, because I feel like these voices might be a little bit more quieter. We want to respect them. So please just keep the whispering, whispering better than the talking at a minimum, okay? Thank you guys so much. You guys speak loud into these mics. We're fighting for our lives out here. Speak loud.
I gotcha. All right, so the topic today is America First is not Christian.
Okay, so I guess my first question is, what do you mean by Christian? Because I don't know what specific denomination you subscribe to. So I
would say anybody that agrees with the Apostles' Creed fundamentally is typically viewed as Christian. So anybody that appeals to that thing. So Protestants, Catholics typically do. I think some sects of Mormon also appeal to the Apostles' Creed. Eastern Orthodox.
Okay. Okay. So why do you think this?
Okay. Let me clarify. You are America First, I'm assuming,
yes,
since you agreed to it. But you're also a Christian nationalist.
Yes.
Okay. Square that circle for me. What exactly is America First about being a Christian nationalist?
Well, the question is being America First Christian? I would argue that 100% is, and we can look at St. Thomas Aquinas' idea of ordered love, meaning you have a responsibility to the.
This chick is a white nationalist. She says that she's. Okay, sorry. She said America First is not. Okay, not MAGA. America First is not. Okay, so she's arguing. She's saying white nationalism is not Christian. They're not talking about. Okay. This chick is straight up a white nationalist. She is she admits she's a white nationalist. Little Miss Groiper. I don't think she's a Groiper. I don't know if she's a Groiper. But she is a white nationalist. Yeah.
People closest to you. So just like it's immoral, if you were to feed your neighbor's kids while your own kids go hungry, it's equally immoral to support policies that harm your country's people, but benefit those from other countries. And this has been explained in the Catechism as well. So.
That's really weird. So you correct me if I'm wrong about the Bible. My understanding is that God gave up godliness to come down to earth, right? He sacrificed it.
No, he did not. Jesus is also a god and man.
Yeah, but he also became man, right? I mean, do you want me to just pull up the verse for you? God's sacrificial love. We can just go there if you want to.
I understand that Jesus is fully God and fully man, yes.
Okay, great. So God sacrificed by coming down. In fact, he sacrificed so much that he died for not just his friends, not just white Americans, but for, I'm assuming, the world, right?
Yes.
Okay, so sacrificial love seems to be a pretty fundamental piece of Christian ethos. Would you not agree?
Yeah, are you going to respond to my claim that ordered love is virtuous? What do you think? If I were to feed my neighbor's kids, but my own kids went hungry, do you think that's virtuous because you're loving your neighbor's kids?
It depends on if you're feeling that you're called to do so, right? I would imagine that God would probably say that you would split it, right? I don't know in what world. I'd be I have one loaf of bread. I can't possibly figure out fractions and just give all of it away.
Poor people exist, so yeah, that is definitely a
I don't know how that's a rebuttal. You're right. Poor people do exist. Thank you. Rich people exist. Yes. White people exist.
I don't know why you're saying that's not a possible. There is quite literally a Bible verse that says.
All right, if I have a loaf of bread.
If you're going to cite the Bible, there's a Bible verse that quite literally says that if you were to take care of someone else's child before your own, you are worse than an unbelievable.
Cite where that's from.
It's in 1 Timothy something, I don't remember.
Okay, I'm sure that's there.
What is it? It is. You guys can look it up. That's a verse.
Sure. So here's one of the issues, right? Is you're creating like this world where essentially I have a loaf of bread, and I'm going, actually I'm going to give no to this. But the America First, like, look at America right now, right? America doesn't go, we're actually going to spend zero money on Americans. We're not going to have welfare. We actually do have these things. And then we also do things like US aid, which I imagine you're opposed to. And so the whole issue with being a Christian is there is a fundamental piece, which is caretaking of others, right? If you want to look, for example, I'm sure you know this. Do you know the parable of like the Good Samaritan?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what happens in the Good Samaritan?
There's, why are you, yes, I understand, like if someone is,
Yeah, she was on Jubilee a while ago. I think she was the one who talked to Sam Cedar.
suffering, you can help them out, but there is a certain amount of resources that America has. If we were to give away all of our resources to other countries and our own people
starve, because nobody's saying give away all of our resources.
There is a limited amount of resources, yes.
That is true.
Just like there is
like
on a
fractions
familial
exist.
level, there also is when it comes to your nation.
Do you think that what I'm advocating for when I'm saying that America First, when I say America First is unchristian, is because fundamentally what it does is it looks at every resource that America has, the #1 economy in the world, right? Trillions. It's worth trillions of dollars a year. And it says, you know what? We can't help others. It has to fundamentally be about us all the time. Not only is this stupid foreign policy, because soft power is incredibly...
Yeah, the problem with it is that they say America First, and it's what I bring up all the time, is that they call it America First, but it's not America First. It's America only. The entire thing is America only. It's just about America. It's not that they want America to be taken care of first and then everybody else afterwards. There is no afterwards to them. There is no afterwards. There is just America. It is it's an idea that it just says like, yeah, we don't ever help anybody else. And I guess their idea is that like there's never going to be a point where we've like taken care of all Americans' needs. That point will never exist. And so, yes, we will always have to take care of Americans. Sorry, I'm trying to fix something. We'll always have to take care of Americans before anybody else. And that any time that we do start to take care of others, we're doing something wrong by doing it.
Important, and it weakens our allyships, but on top of this, it's fundamentally selfish. What you're saying is, I know I have a lot, but nobody else can have any of mine. That's not Christian. I'm not saying America should bankrupt itself and give away all of its money and then like live in the gutter. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that America First supports the banishing of US aid. It supports not helping Ukraine in the war. That to me is both fundamentally selfish and unchristian.
So what I think that America First is about is simply, it doesn't mean we can't help other countries or even other people who live outside of America.
Do you support the banning of US aid?
Can I finish, please?
Do you support the banning of US aid?
Can I finish what I was saying?
What it means, but I'm just going to ask you the same question.
That we put American interests first. That's what it means. It means that
selfish.
we are not prioritizing.
I hear you. Be selfish. I hear you.
So even with Ukraine, I mean, even if I'm not even fully against sending any money or helping out Ukraine at all, because if we were to help Ukraine and that helps America, I'm fine with that. But
so
I don't want
only help Ukraine if it helps you. Very Christian, by the way. Look, I'll be generous to you, but only if fundamental.
Well, okay, I do agree with that. Like, whether or not that's Christian, maybe is a different question. I am totally in favor of like, yes, we want to help Ukraine because it helps America's interests. If it was Ukraine invading Russia, do I think that like the United States should have like run over and stepped in? No, I don't think I don't think we have like any interest in that. Like if it was Ukraine like taking land from Russia, like should the United States have like gone and tried to help? Nah, like whatever. Like is it just because they're allies or whatever? Well, I mean that's part of it, but that's only a small part of it because like the reason they're an ally is because they have some benefit to us. Like that's the entire idea, is that they are an ally because it is beneficial to us to have them as an ally. And so there's just it is all about like whether or not there is some sort of benefit. But I'm not a Christian, so I guess it's a different thought process.
Fundamentally, it's good for me, guys.
On a
You know,
foreign
I gotta get that money.
On a foreign policy level, why would I support foreign policy that is bad for America? Like, what are you trying to say?
Why would supporting Ukraine be bad for America?
Foreign policy that is good for America. I'm fine with supporting
How is U.S. aid bad for America?
That's not what
I
she
think it would
said.
depend on the specific U.S. aid. Like,
Okay, how is giving malaria injections to the poorest in Africa, which has been banned, by the way?
we have poor
why is that
people
bad?
here in America. Like, would you rather money go to people in another country
Do
or
we
money
have
go to people in
welfare?
America?
Do we have welfare?
Yes.
Do you support? Wait, hold on. Do you support welfare?
I support, in certain situations.
Like food stamps?
Sure.
You're for people getting food stamps?
Yeah, sure, in certain situations. I'm not fully
What are the
against it.
situations you would not allow people to get food stamps?
If they're just, if they don't have a disability, if they're not working a significant hours, if they're not trying to find a job, I don't see why we should pay for them. But
So, so a lot of people on food stamps are like war vets and stuff like that. Are you for supporting war vets? Are you for helping them in that way?
This is kind of going. Okay, so you support
She's not gonna
foreign
answer the
policy.
question.
Just to clarify your position, you are okay with us having foreign policy that does not directly benefit America. Is that your position?
So.
Because I
can
support
you
American
ima-
foreign
how-
policy that
how is-
benefits America. That's my position. What's your position? Do you support
How
American
is
foreign
U.S.
policy?
aid? How is U.S. aid bad for America?
How
does
does
it
it
not
benefit
benefit
America? How would that?
Well, in large part, when you help African countries with like some of the most destitute issues that they have, those countries tend to be warmer towards America. So that, for example, if you need to establish a military outpost, which is very important in wars, by the way, you have these countries good relationships where you might be able to establish an embassy and be able to go there. U.S. aid is not only just good practically, it's also morally good because guess what? Children in Africa dying because of malaria when we can just help them is bad, actually. And if America, for example,
Okay, that's not
after
saying
USA,
that.
do you know how many people died after USA got ended?
No.
600,000, 2/3 of which were children, by the way. Not very
Okay.
Christian of us.
Okay.
But you support that.
I support American policies that benefit America.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I support.
I gotcha.
And I don't know how you're saying that's incompatible with Christianity.
Because
That's
Christians
very
shouldn't be
weird.
fundamentally oriented by being selfish. You're saying, well,
No,
I
it's
might
not
help
selfish.
these poor people, but only if I know that it's going to help me first. Very Christian, by the way.
If I'm patriotic and I say, I care about Americans, I support policies that are going to help
Who are you
Americans
talking to?
more than everybody else. The
Are you talking to
audience.
me or are you talking to them?
I'm talking to them, yes.
Why? I'm talking to you. I'm your debate opponent.
If I support policies that
she's
are
gotta
going to
have a
place
pundit.
American interests first and help Americans, doesn't mean we can't help anyone else, but I care about Americans more
So
than
did
others
Christ
because I'm American.
allow his son to
That's
die because it was
not
good for him?
unchristian.
Did Christ allow his son to die because it was just good for him?
No, he loved others, and I think we should love others too.
Would you say it was actually
I'm not
selfless?
I'm not loving my fellow countryman if I care about someone on the other side of the world
Why
more
can't you
than
just
them.
care about both? I feel like I can both support welfare within
You
my
can.
state. Of course I can. We do it right now.
We
I
have
can
a-
support.
we only have a limited amount of resources, and, when
And
it
yet
comes to-
America was able to both manage a welfare state and U.S. aid.
So where's your limit? Where's your limit? How about that? Where's your limit for helping others? Do you have one? Like when it comes to America sending our money overseas, like do you have a limit? Like there's a certain point where it's at a detriment to America, right? Would you
You'd
not
have
agree
to
with that?
establish the detriment. I mean, the amount of money that America would have to be sending overseas that would actually be detrimental. One of the problems with this is, again, your lack of foreign policy knowledge. For example, why is it good for America to send weaponry to Ukraine? Do you know?
I don't think I agree with almost anything that Kyle is saying here. Like, obviously, yes, there's a point where it's detrimental, and you can even point to like our deficit and say that like we're already spending more than what it is that we are what it is that we're taking in, and that like that like we should be focusing money that we do have on like Americans and making sure that they're taken care of first, and then if we have extra money left over, then we help others. But we don't even get to the point to where we help Americans and have money left over. We already go into debt just to help Americans, and then go into more debt to help other countries, and that's there's obviously a limit. Like you have to argue that there is some sort of limit to that. You can't go like a quadrillion dollars into debt every single month. Like we can't do this.
Why?
I think it's good because Ukraine can be an
Why
ally
is
in
that
some
good
ways.
for-
I see Ukraine as part of sort of an American outpost right now. I support American imperialism, so I would be okay with that.
Right. So when you're asking for like the sliding scale of like how much is too much, it's like you're fundamentally not even understanding the way that foreign policy exchange happens, which is still devoid from the Christian argument, for example, which would say, as a good Samaritan, what did he do? He pulled over, he gave him his wine and oil, and he paid for everything.
Yeah,
and
I
Christ
think
lauded that
we should
individual.
do that. I think we should do that. If you
Except
come
to poor
across
children
if you
in
come
Africa getting
across
malaria.
somebody on the street who needs something, help them out. That's good on an individual level, but it doesn't work with politics. Our nation's policies have to prioritize. It's like our nation has to help us out.
So first of all, that's still just bad foreign policy. There's a reason why all Western democracies have created this like exchangement
I think
rate.
you're for some reason thinking I don't support backing Ukraine when I have said multiple times that
Do you
I'm
support
fine with
U.S.
that.
aid?
What?
U.S. aid. I've asked you a million times. Do you support U.S. aid?
Probably not. Like I don't know what
Probably
every single
not.
element
Exactly.
might go,
And why
of it
wouldn't you?
goes to.
And the
but
only reason you support Ukraine is because it
I would
benefits
support
us.
U.S. aid if it benefits America in some way.
Yeah, this is like the unchristian piece, right? Like if
No,
you're
it's
just a
not.
secularist who's like, honestly,
wait.
I'm selfish. As long as it benefits me,
Wait,
then
sorry.
I'm happy.
Are
That
you
would
even
be
American?
fine.
Wait a second.
That would
Are
be
you even
fine.
American?
That
Are
would
you
be
American?
fine. No, I'm Canadian.
Oh, okay. So that's why I don't
Oh.
care about putting America first. You're Canadian.
You don't even understand your own foreign policy. That's not a dump like you think it is. I can assure you,
Are
my
you
friend,
Canada first?
if a Canadian
You should be- wait,
understands
I
your
support-
politics
I
better than you
support
do, that's a
being
dump
Canada
on you.
first. I support you going back to Canada and being Canada first over there, and I'm going to be America first here.
I'm a legal immigrant of America. Is that a problem for you? Don't clap, please.
I don't know. I think it's fine. I support a moratorium right now, so
One white, so that's a good one, right?
I'll let you stay. It's okay.
Well, are you happy? Are you okay with me being an immigrant in your country?
I just said I'll let you stay. Sure.
I don't, okay.
We'll
I
take
don't
a
even know
few
what
from
answer that
Canada.
is.
That's fine, I guess.
Okay, so if we want to go back, for example, U.S. generosity is.
I mean, I think, yeah, to me, that is like an answer. Like, are you happy with it? Who cares? Like, does your policy make it to where somebody like I can stay or not stay? Like, that's, she's saying I would let you stay. That means like, I think a lot of the things that she's saying are answers. And yeah, I'm a little confused by this.
Is the leading form of global health and humanitarian relief. USAID saves lives by preventing HIV, preventing AIDS, disrupting labor issues.
on the other side of the world. We have people with AIDS here.
Why, as a nation?
On the other side of the world, didn't AIDS initiate in like Africa? Like, what? And then we had an AIDS epidemic here? Like, what? Who cares if it's in the other side of the world?
Nation who was born on, you would probably argue, Christian values. Why would a nation develop for centuries to have a policy of understanding and helping others, not just within our borders, but outside of it? And now you, as a great, smart Christian nationalist, comes along and says, actually, it's more Christian to only care about Americans. Because I think somewhere in the Bible, God says, God loved everyone, but actually he only liked Americans, right? I think it's probably Galatians 3:28. Let's see. There is both Greek and non-Greek, nor Jew, nor branded or free, whole or female, for one of you, all in one Christ.
Have you heard of the concept of ordered love?
Yeah, of course.
So do you agree with that?
It depends. What does this even mean? In what context?
In the context, like...
Yeah, like, I think she is right. Like, the Bible does, it does talk about the fact that, yes, you don't want to, like, go help other people get food if you're going to starve your own family. Like, you do have responsibilities to your family, to take care of your kids, to take care of your wife. Like, you have a responsibility to do this before you have a responsibility to anything else. And that is kind of, I think, like, similar to the concept of taking care of your own country and, like, making sure that their tax dollars that are going into this government are being spent on them and their welfare. And then USAID helps that. Yes, but that was her argument. Her argument was, I only want to do things that, like, benefit the United States. And she said, and then Kyla said, yeah, but, like, helping you, like, first Kyla said, that's not Christian. Like, that's not very Christian. Oh, I'll just help you if I feel like it. Like, but then Kyla said, helping Ukraine can help us by helping our allies. And the girl said, yeah, I'm okay with helping Ukraine. Like, I'm not against I'm not saying give them no money. Like, I'm okay with giving them some money. And so she asked Kyla, like, at what point is it too much? And she didn't get an answer. And so, yeah, I'm that's kind of where I think the debate probably should have stayed is like, at what point does she think it's enough? At what point does Kyla think it's too much? Like, that's because they both agree on aid in general.
I mentioned before, caring for your family before other people.
So again, it depends on what we mean. Like if I say neglect your family, well, why are you laughing? Of course, right? If you say, should you neglect your family? No, obviously not. But the issue is that you're.
But what if you're neglecting your family to help other people? Is that justified in your?
Of course not.
Okay, so
I just said neglect is bad. But the issue is you're acting, the America First paradigm acts like this is a zero-sum game, right? The idea that you have to like put America first and foremost, while, as you said, is maybe a good idea if all you care about is being greedy and concerned with your own self. But again,
I mean, again, I disagree with this. I say all the time that like America First is not really America First. They are America only. I'm America First. First implies that there is like a first, a second, a third, right? That is something that no, Tom, she's quoting Thomas Aquinas. The Bible is bigger on sacrifice and selflessness. Not in totality, no. And again, we're not talking about sacrifice, because the sacrifice in helping your own family and helping your kids, helping your wife, that is still sacrifice. Like, but they talk about responsibilities. And her quote from Thomas Aquinas, I'm fairly certain, was a different quote. That was not that part. It was. I'm almost positive it was a different quote from Thomas Aquinas. But anyways, the point is that the Bible does not like just talk about like, so there's parts where it says, give up all of your belongings and follow me, right? This is a thing that the Bible says that Jesus tells his disciples, give up all of your belongings and follow me. But this idea does not apply to married men. This is why like priests and people in church are not supposed to get married and crap like this, because they are giving up their belongings and following him, whereas if they get married, their responsibilities to their family, that they cannot give up their belongings. This would be a sin. This would be wrong to give up your belongings and follow him. This would be wrong to be so selfless that you are hurting your own family, hurting your own kids. This is like part of the Christian theology. This person would probably be in favor of women losing the right to vote. She is. She doesn't think women should vote.
You're a Christian. Christians should not be fundamentally focused on only helping others because it benefits them, which is what you said. You said, I'll help them, but only if it benefits me. There's not a single...
It's not a... It's not like... I don't think she wants women to lose the right to vote because of a principled thing. From my memory, I believe she wants women to lose the right to vote for pragmatic reasons. That if only men voted, America would be much more conservative. If all women stopped voting, America would be much more conservative. And so that's like, it's a pragmatic idea, not like a principled idea that like women ought not vote, but it's that women tend to be more liberal, tend to be more left, and men tend to be more right. And so women not voting would just be more beneficial. That like she looks at it as the more the women have been able to vote, the farther left the United States has moved in terms of policy.
Single fucking thing that's Christian about that, right? Christianity is fundamentally about generosity to others. It's about looking at people and seeing them with love. It's about looking past the borders and saying, you are loved because God made you, not because you're American, not because you're white. That's Christian. And what you're doing, you can have these principles, but you don't for a second get to pretend that it's Christian.
I think it's just like odd that you come here from Canada to America and say, I want your country to support foreign policy that is detrimental, or economic policy or immigration policy that hurts America but helps other countries. And I find that very strange.
Yeah, she didn't say any of those things. She said it's not Christian. She didn't say she wants America to do that. She's saying what you're doing is it's just not, the ideal that you're pushing is not Christian.
And I think
you're
this
just
is
not
like
talking
why
to me. Why
I think we need to like take a
crowd?
look at our immigration system and like be like,
Sarah,
what are we doing
Sarah,
here?
if your best dunk is, aren't you Canadian? But I'm still beating you on understanding of American foreign policy. That's not it.
But you quite literally go to another country and tell them you need to support policies
Can you
that would
imagine that
help
if in
my
Canada
country
I
or
might
your
have the
country?
same predilection? Do you think that I think Canada should be only Canada first?
You should, yeah. I think you should.
Sorry, I'll ask you my question again.
I support
Do you think that my
Canadians
predisposition
being
is that if I
Canada
went to
first.
Canada, I'd just be Canada
I support
first?
French being French first. I support
Yeah,
Ethiopians being
look,
Ethiopia
you've
first.
made it clear
That's
you're
how-
selfish. We get it.
No,
You
that's-
only help others if it benefits you. You've made that very clear from the beginning. USAID, will I stop malaria? Will I stop children in Africa from dying? Well, does it benefit us? I'm a Christian, by the way. God's love
Do
is
you think
awesome.
do you think that people in Japan are like, oh, I want policies that hurt Japan and help like
What's hurting
Nigeria
America
or
about
something?
USAID? What's hurting America about USAID?
Sending our billions of our tax dollars to people
How
that
is
are
that
not
hurting
us,
America?
because that money could go to our people and
Couldn't you
strengthen
say the
our
same thing
country.
about Ukrainian, all the arms that we're sending them? Why are we sending them arms? Shouldn't we keep that for ourselves?
Well, because
we might need it.
Well, because there's foreign policy, like you mentioned, like how supporting Ukraine could in turn benefit
Yeah.
America because they're an ally.
Yeah, so you're talking one side of your mouth and you're
No, that's
insisting
not
that the
talking-
policy that I'm
no,
suggesting
supporting
is
American
detrimental. But then you
allies
again
can be
outline how all the policies I've listed
Supporting
here are
American
both
allies can
practical.
be
And
beneficial
on the
for
other side of
America.
your mouth, you're trying to be like, well, don't you think that it would be bad to neglect your family? Yeah, it's bad to neglect your family.
No, the things that USA does is it's not just a fucking charity case. The shit that USA does is us doing things that are beneficial for other countries because it's beneficial to the United States. This is like part of the new world order that the United States is that we are doing superpowers in a different way. We are the, under the French, under the the Germans, the British, the Romans, like everybody else, the Genghis Khan, like all of these other very rich, very powerful nations with massive militaries and everything. They all just wanted to take over everything. They wanted everything for themselves. They wanted to dominate everybody. They wanted to fuck everybody up. The whole goal was to just keep taking more land, fucking up more people, and getting away with as much as you possibly can. And the United States becomes the superpower, and then we say, hey guys, we're not going to do this anymore. We're gonna stop moving borders. We're gonna let everybody stay where they're at. We're gonna honor each country's borders and say, hey, you're your own country. You get to do whatever the fuck you want, and we're not gonna invade and take over and try to steal all your shit. And this is part of who we are as the United States. And then we come up with new concepts like asylum and refugee seeking and shit like this, because we are a country that, as the superpower, we don't want every other country looking to knock our fucking heads off. We don't want every other country staring at us from the side going, oh, they make one wrong fucking move and we got them. We don't want anybody doing that. We want all of them looking at us saying, damn, if we knocked them off, we'd all be fucked. That's what we want them saying. We want them looking at us going, damn, bro, if they ever disappeared, we would be fucked. We need those motherfuckers. So that has been our reign, is not just being these brutal dictators in the world that fucks everybody up. Now, we've done that too, to an extent, obviously. We are also doing that to an extent, but it's not to the extent that we're talking about with the same type of imperialism. This is what we call, I think, modern imperialism or whatever, where we build bases and we use our power to get other countries to allow us to do things in their country. And we might use some type of soft power or whatever, or they might be too scared to say no to us, but we don't just take all their fucking shit. We don't just come in and just take all their shit and say, all right, you're the United States now. So yeah, it is this is part of the United States being the United States. This is part of what is beneficial to us. This is part of what is great about being the United States and being the superpower and being the place where everybody wants to spend their money and where everybody, depends on our currency for their economies to exist, and everybody uses our, form of dollars. Like, that's this, we're the fucking world police. Like, this is it.
Family, they're like doing like the bottom barrel, like, don't you think rape is bad? Yeah, we've gotten there. The issue is that fractions exist and things like trillions of dollars exist, which is why we had US aid. It's why we had this foreign policy. Not only did we have this foreign policy because it's good for America, but as a Christian, I would like to support it if we can afford it because it's the right thing to do.
Do you want to move to immigration?
No, we're not here to debate immigration. We're here to debate America First as Christian.
That's part of the America First policy.
Yes, that is part of America First. Obviously, immigration is part of it. I feel like, obviously, Nazi-Weredites being way more aggressive and pushing a lot more and making a lot more rhetorical points. But I think, logically, the girl is coming off as like making more sense, and Nazi-Weredites just getting like a lot more dunks in.
Right? So I support an American
She's got to go to brown people when in trouble. She's like, but brown people are kind of weird, right?
You can calm down. It's okay. I support an America First policy
like that
benefits Americans over people from foreign nations. And I think that should be reflected in our immigration policy, too. So, for instance, with the working class, we've lost so much of our industrial jobs because they've been sent free trade issue, but we've been sending so much of our jobs overseas. And in the same way, because we've been letting so many people flooding the borders, it's a lot harder for the working class to find jobs.
So in 2017, there was a tariff imposed on the steel manufacturing industry to try to bring steel manufacturing back to America. Do you know what it did for American jobs in steel manufacturing? Didn't think so. What it did is it shrunk jobs. The reason that we export labor is because Americans are paid for their time, not for their labor, whereas overseas it's typically the end product of their labor. Now, you and I could have a long, lengthy...
Okay, so this is, again, the problem is that I think the issue with what they call America First, that they're just wrong, right? Like, it's not that I don't disagree with the idea of, like, most MAGA America First ideals. Like, we should be taking care of Americans first. Like, our government should worry about Americans with our tax dollars before they're worried about other countries. So, like, we should be making sure that we get what we need before other countries get what they need. Like, yes, I agree with all of these fucking principles. We should do things to build our economy and build our infrastructure and bring steel manufacturing back here if you want to. Like, nothing drastic, but sure, if you want to do this, like, fine. But the problem is that they're just wrong on what it is they think is going to do that. Like, they're just wrong. Like, immigration helps Americans. The tariffs hurts Americans. The way that Trump tried to rebuild steel manufacturing hurt steel manufacturing. This is the problem, is that they're just wrong on these things.
A conversation about how that's probably bad, but that would be a liberal talking point, not a conservative talking point. And while I might have issues with the way that we economically handle other countries, insofar as we often take advantage of their poverty, which I think is not good, the reason that we export labor like this is because it's fundamentally cheaper.
It's cheaper for corporations, yes, but it ends up hurting American workers because their wages have been steadily
And you should
declining.
get on my side and say that we should have actual, effective policy to hold corporations responsible for the way that they decimate American lives.
I agree with that. Why are you assuming
So
what
you're
my
for,
position
taxing
is?
corporations more?
Sure. I'm also for a closed border.
Yeah, nationalists are normally in favor of, like, more taxes. They're, like, lots of times they're even okay with fucking socialism. Like, They don't like Nick Fuentes. He doesn't give a fuck if you want socialism. Like, have at it. He does not really care about economics whatsoever. He thinks that capitalism is a Jewish I keep wanting to say investment. That's not invention. So yeah, of course.
Borders. I'm also for like reshoring our manufacturing. I'm also for policies that support American workers rather than immigrants.
Do you know why H-1Bs are so important to? Let's focus on one industry, cybersecurity. Do you know anything about the cybersecurity industry?
Not that much. No.
Okay. Okay. Let's just take this more broadly. Do you know why H-1Bs are so valued in America and why your president doesn't want to get rid of them?
Because Indians do work for cheaper, and they also usually are able to work longer hours because their jobs are tied to their visas, so they're much easier to be abused by their employers, and that's why. Yes.
So that's one
reason. So
reason.
it's actually good for corporations, but it's not good for all the people we told to get STEM degrees who now went to Silicon Valley and can't get a job because they're too expensive.
That's not what's happening in Silicon Valley.
Yes,
That's not why the unemployment issue. The reason that there's an unemployment issue is because there's a massive staffing bubble that happened during COVID in particularly soft industries like cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, one of the reasons why H-1Bs are so essential for that industry is because the level of training, you basically need to have like your last certification needs to be updated within like the last year or two. So a lot of American trained people, they just don't have it. We actually cannot fill jobs at high levels. So the reason we have H-1Bs is we pull the people over so that they can fill these jobs. And now I agree with some of the abuses that happen to these individuals. Again, this is a liberal talking point. I don't like that. I would like to see things like better hours managed and better equal pay, which actually Biden suggested doing a lot of these things. But you guys shut down the immigration bill because you wanted to win an election. You don't actually want to solve your problems. Oh,
again, well, she keeps saying like you guys. I don't know. She's not going to be like as in favor of Donald Trump as Kyla's making it out to be. Like Donald Trump, she'll like rhetorically say like, yeah, he's like doing some good things by getting the brown people out of the country and shit like that. But she's also not going to be happy with the fact that he does like H-1B visas or that he helps Israel or shit like that. Like she's not going to be as much MAGA as she is a white nationalist.
All right, and that wraps up this debate. Holy hell, that was spicy. That was really good. That was one of our best yet. Wow. All right. So we will be pulling up our next individuals. Give it up for Sarah. And give it up for Not So Erudite.
I need to start making lists of some of these people that I want to start inviting on. Sarah's probably one. And obviously, because Unfuck America Tour had these people on, it would be pretty easy for me to reach out to them to ask for them to connect me to them. I gotta start making lists.
All right, y'all. Let me pull up my roster, okay? I'm getting there. All right.
I need to start making lists too. And you're also going to put Sarah on that list? Fuck. Yeah, I probably should not have another list of girls. Probably should not be making lists with girls' names on them anymore. I'm not making a list. Not making a list. Okay? Anybody who heard me say that? I was talking about a Christmas list for who to give gifts to.
Okay, guys. Can everyone hear me? Kind of. Is this better?
I've never seen Kyla snark that hard. LOL. Really? I have. Here, let's take a quick return.
It's just tough because I feel like Steven is like a really, really good person. Like, a lot of people think that the only reason I'm friends with him is because of like the personal benefits that I have, and that's actually in part why I never go on his stream, is because I'm worried that he and others will feel like the only reason I'm friends with him is because of making game. But I just think he's a like deeply good person, even though he's a very flawed person as well. And he's a much better person than he gives himself credit for.
And it makes me sad because he'll just like take other people talking like pretty horribly about him.
Practice and putting that to one side, but I just feel like appealing to Harvard just because it's Harvard and saying, well, you know, they're a good university, they're going to do the vetting. Like, do you have any insight into like how they vet people or anything along those lines?
I don't personally, but I don't work for Harvard Medicine, right?
The audio on this is so bad. I forgot about this shit.
It's a bit of that like wanting to broadly trust authorities, and like I'm all for also questioning the authorities. It's just like that becomes a pretty extraordinary claim, and so like with extraordinary claims, you just I'm not able.
Without reason. Institutions that are trustworthy and trusted strengthen democracy. Anyone who supports democracy would not encourage a layperson to question their trust in institutions without reason. Let's see if Not So Erudite holds herself to her own standards. Or if she, I don't know.
Cherry was wrong here, by the way. We went over this back at the time when this all initially happened. She's totally wrong about what it is that she said about addiction. Cool.
Just starts talking about addiction in technical terms, as if displaying her collegiate knowledge of the physiological effects of addiction is proof enough to appeal to her over the APA.
So it's really important to understand that tegmental activation is important for any sort of compulsive type behavior. So tegmental activation occurs in OCD, and it also occurs in all forms of addiction, which means that all forms of addiction, substance and behavioral, have a compulsive element to it. This is why when like addicts say something, for example, like I couldn't not use, it's not impulsive, it's compulsive. It's like an itch they can't not scratch, right? And it seems to be the case that there's tegmental activation with things like porn and sex addiction, gambling addiction as well, because for us to understand how behaviors can be addicting, it can't just be based off of physiological withdrawal. And the compulsive model is one of the most dominant leading models because it has neuroscientific evidence for it. So just to be clear, I really don't want like people walking away with this thinking porn addiction isn't real. It seems like it is, but it's not.
Not So Erudite is not so effective when she passive-aggressively disagrees with Fairy Queen. She should be able to assertively state her belief without challenging the knowledge or confidence.
I was watching this live, and I think at the point that Fairy Queen said the thing that she said about addiction, I literally tuned out. Like I turned it off. From what I remember, I might have come back later, but from what I remember at the time, like what Fairy Queen was saying was like infuriating to me. Like, and I knew that I couldn't go on there and debate her. I wasn't going to sit there and just fucking rage out in the chat. And I got so infuriated that I just turned it off. And I remember, I don't know if I went back later or if I like reviewed it later or what, but I was happy later when I found out that like Kyla went in on her for the shit that she was saying because Kyla was correct.
Fairy Queen has in hers. If Erudite's goal is to have the panelists and audience walk away from the stream with a better understanding of what an addiction is in contrast to the DSM, she needed to explain how a disorder gets included in the DSM, not how addiction works. In order for a disorder to be included in the DSM, it must be peer-reviewed with empirical backing without much open controversy. Just because a disorder is not currently in the DSM does not mean it was never or can never be listed as a disorder. At the time the DSM-4 was finalized, there was some controversy and not enough research done into gambling, and thus it remained a compulsive behavior that is captured by other disorders. With more research and expert consensus, when they configured the DSM-5, gambling became the first non-substance addiction to be included as a disorder. With this knowledge and understanding, Not So Erudite could then explain to Fairy Queen that since the DSM-5 was published, further research has shown less controversy and more support in viewing porn addiction as a standalone disorder, and that these are strong indications that it will be included as such in the DSM-6. Unfortunately, Not So Erudite postures herself over others as an expert with the tone and smugness, suggesting they do so as well, without any of the merit. The social reward that you get for holding chud logic to your professional standards in debate when challenging institutions you yourself are held to. So when you fail to justify why Fairy Queen should deviate from the APA, you look like a hypocrite. As the panel continues, Not So Erudite, who has been confusingly switching back and forth between colloquial and technical terms and definitions in this debate, ends up cutting off the moderator Wick because she interprets his correctly applied colloquial use of the word compulsion to be a failed attempt at technical jargon. The way TV shows end on a cliffhanger before a commercial break to keep the viewer wanting more is very much intentional. Writers plan their episodes around breaks to keep their viewer engaging compulsively or in an exciting, irresistible way. In this clip I'm about to show you, Wick uses compulsive in this same way to describe this same goal of viewer retention used by live streamers. Unfortunately, Not So Erudite's earlier use of the word compulsion in its technical definition has removed her ability to understand the word outside of the DSM, and then makes Wick the blame for her own confusion, resulting in a mass spread of confusion.
Even in this, right? Sex addiction, whether you believe it or not, gambling addiction, whether you believe it or not, streaming and OnlyFans both try to engage people to compulsively, right? Check out your content compulsively, right? Streaming services do this all the time. Like we can look at Kick, for example. Kick allows gambling streams. Do we consider a gambling stream to be exploitative?
Okay, just because addiction is compulsive in nature, it doesn't mean that people trying to hijack addiction centers are like the behavior itself is inherently compulsive. So I don't want to I just want to be really clear about this language because now we're using like clinical words. Compulsive is a very specific thing, right? Watching gambling streams isn't about compulsivity, but gambling addictions is about compulsivity. When they're doing gambling streamers, they're just trying to be entertaining and be as attention grabbing as possible.
Okay, so I need to cut in on this because this.
Wait, I don't understand. I don't understand Cherry's issue with what it is that he said. Gambling addiction is compulsive. Watching gambling addiction, watching gambling streams, is impulsive. These are not. It's not a compulsive disorder. It's not. I don't understand why did Jerry have an issue with the clarification on terms there?
This is on the APA's website. It was published in 2014. It references a very specific study that was done specifically with brain science, specifically related to pornography addiction. And what this person did, and I will read out exactly who this person is. This is Nicole Prowse, PhD researcher at the Department of Psychiatry at the University of South California, Los Angeles, and colleagues studied brain responses in people who have trouble regulating their porn consumption. What they wanted to find is if their brains reacted to pornographic stimulus in the same way as looking at beer, in the same way as looking at heroin or any other form of addiction. And what they found was when they reviewed those brain scans, our findings do not make them look like addicts. This is on the APA's website. It's on 2014. The title of the article is Pornography Addictive. It was published by Kristen Weir in April 2014, volume 45, number 4.
I believe you that it's real. The question is, can you just clarify the methodology? Because I don't have that study in front of me. Were the people that were looking at the porn only addicted to porn, or were they also addicted to beer and to heroin and stuff? Did they have comorbid addiction disorders?
Okay, let me find it.
That's going to be super important, right? If you if I look at heroin, I'm not going to be like, oh no, my addiction centers are firing. That's not how this works.
Everything about this debate was disappointing and needlessly condescending. Not So Erudite relies on the idea of her education rather than any of the knowledge or critical thinking she should be able to apply from her education to communicate her beliefs.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward to this. I have no idea how the fuck she has an issue with that question. This is so weird.
The right is just more dumb. They just are. So stop trying to make them learn new things to even come to the table and cater them to them a little bit.
Jones claimed tons of his info came from inside sources.
That doesn't make him a whistleblower.
That's not a whistle.
Okay, you know what? I promised myself I would set a clear boundary. I do not like the way you're painting me right now. You can think about me what you wish. I feel like this conversation is no longer productive. It's unsafe and it's unhealthy. So I think it's not. I think it's.
Feels like, if I'm being honest, it feels like everything that I'm saying to you is backfiring, and I don't know why. I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're valid to feel that way.
I was really hoping not. Fuck. From the very beginning, I was like, oh.
Yeah, I guess this doesn't have what it was I was thinking of. I might have been thinking of a different video. Hmm.
And you're gonna fuck me in the interview with her. You're gonna do.
Right. I never tried to pull her.
Friend in this situation, right? You've
guy. We like him.
Alex Jones at his word.
Why? Okay. First of all, Aaron, keep up. I'm not taking Matt as word. I think he's a whistleblower in the fact that he's making up conspiracy theories, and he tries to portray himself as a whistleblower.
Exactly. He's making up conspiracy theories. He doesn't. You don't need to call him a whistleblower. You could just get rid of that part.
Wait, okay, we're doing word games. Do you agree that Alex Jones is a?
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. All right, I gotta get off. I'm going to play video games for a little bit before I go to bed. So I will do that on Tom Bottery and send everybody in that direction in just a minute. If you're not interested in video games, I totally understand. If you don't mind just sticking around for a minute, rating over there and hitting the like button, would appreciate it. Otherwise, I will be back on tomorrow. And, well, I should be back on soon. I keep saying tomorrow over the last couple of weeks, and then I've been super sick. I wasn't even sure if I was going to stream today. And now I did end up streaming, but very, very late. So yeah, that's Tom Bottery, because Tom is a bot. You know what? It was even better when I had my fucking robot skin. My referee robot skin. I didn't even think about that. I know there's the other clip of her like yelling at some dude. I totally forget who it is, but drink some OJ. Oh, I mean, I've been drinking like I have body armor, which is like juice infused with tons of vitamins and shit like that, and it's I've definitely been drinking a lot of that, and then I've also been taking like vitamin supplements as well, a lot of vitamin supplements. So, yeah, I felt just fine, like perfectly fine, 2 days ago, and then the next day I had a doctor's appointment the next morning. Felt fine the whole morning, but I got like 3 hours of sleep. So then I went home and went to bed and woke up like 3 or 4 hours later, and I was fucked when I woke up late. Like, had again horrible fucking fever, and yeah, I was not doing well. So had to. Ended up kind of starting over on the whole thing. So yeah, it's fucked. I feel like I've gotten better and then gotten worse like 10 times now, and it's been killing me. Been driving me a bit crazy. Oh fuck. Keep doing it. But alright, I'm gonna send you guys over. If you would, just go over there, hit the thumbs up button. It's if it doesn't rage you, the channel is Tom Bottery. But yeah, till next time, appreciate you. Love you. See you soon. Later, fools.